Well, good evening, folks. It is 8:14 p.m. my time, which means that I am exactly 0 minutes late. I am on time. I am not, but I am. Welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. Glad to see all of you here. Love having every single one of you in the chat. I hope you had a wonderful week. I truly do. It is the end of freaking January. What? What happened? Where did 26 days go? Where did 365 days go? Where did 391 days go? Yeah, I think that's the math. Anyways, it's the end of January. There's been a lot going on. Law firm is chaos. Law is chaos. Everything is chaos. But it's Friday. Therefore, we can sit down and chat about all of it and have some good old nature fun. And yes, we'll talk a little bit about Las Vegas, the great Las Vegas, where Rob, if you guys think that I have issues with time, multiply that by infinity, and then take that to the nth power, and you will only have but a semblance of how bad that exists in a city like Las Vegas. Yeah. Missed the flight home, had to book a new one, got home late, then back to work. Work was a grind. It has been a week, but a wonderful week with lots to talk about. We've got crazy things happening in the Murdoch case, which we're not supposed to talk about. We're going to speculate a little bit. We've got Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who has filed a motion to dismiss the case. Not sure if we'll get to that, but I'm sure that Ian will cover that on Monday. We have a U.S. postal worker who's charged with fraud for, good old-fashioned stealing checks. AI asking questions, Gundies recap, and, well, Taylor Lorenz. Whole lot to talk about. Anyways, where are you guys tuning in from? Where are you tuning in from? And what are you having this evening? Because, Hedgehog in Space, Happy New Year drinking coffee in South Carolina. Love to see you here, Hedgehog in Space. I got something heading your way, by the way. Need your address, though, so DM that to me if you wouldn't mind. Canada here. We've got Canada. We've got Canonical Heat gifting memberships. We have some gifted memberships already. Baby Steps giving 5 memberships. Just Because giving 10 memberships. Thank you both. Fiona giving 5 memberships. Thank you. And Canonical Heat giving 20 gifted memberships. I owe the chat a members live from the shop. I very much do. And I am well known for promising things that I, in the wrong moments, that I haven't really confirmed that I can fulfill. Ideally, I would love to do a members only this weekend. I don't know if I can make that happen. I know it's been a while since we've hung out and talked shop in the shop. I will do my best, and I will do my best to let you guys know when that will happen, but it absolutely needs to happen because I am in some dire need for shop time, but I also have to clean up my house, which is a nightmare, a complete nightmare, and puppies do not help. Oh. Leo and I had a day today. We had quite the day. We'll talk about that in a minute. DSN, Minnesota Diet Pepsi. Love it. Quebec, Canada, drinking cranberry juice. Okay. Water, Wisconsin, Clearwater, Florida, Apothic Red. How do you like the Apothic Red? I'm not a fan of that blend. Just saying, it's a little fruity. Atlanta with some Prosecco. Prosecco is great. Toronto drinking some water, iced tea in Tennessee. That rhymes. Indiana and hot chocolate, plain old lemonade. Y'all are coming in from all over the place. Indiana, Manitoba, Winnipeg, enjoying a glass of white wine. Canonical Heat, long work week. PNW, US, and vodka and cranberry. Oh, Pacific Northwest. Oh, God, I love that area. Although right now, it's kind of the one time of year when you don't see a lot of light and there's a lot of rain. Just this time of year. It gets really pretty in a month or two, couple months. Coke here in Utah, New Zealand, and coffee. Diet Coke in Georgia, Bud Light in Hawaii. Gotta love the Bud Light. Coffee in Australia. Greetings from Northern California, Maryland, and Iced Tea. Oh, by the way, USPS, that's a Maryland story. Jax WXRN. Thank you for the super chat. January is big for me. Retired after 35 years, and my first grandchild was born. Congratulations. That is now your duty. You now have a new job. Your new job is to spoil that grandchild to the point where their parents, especially your child, says that your grandmother is a lot cooler than my mom. That's your goal. And I hope and trust that you will do exactly that. Montessori Mindset, it's 9 a.m. here in China, so it's coffee for me. No problem there. Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. There's a person from Edmonton who might be joining a little bit later. Czech Republic here. Amazing. Michigan, look at you. Riesling in Finland, Southern Connecticut and water, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Florida, Texas. I cannot even believe Georgia, New Jersey, California. I want to take a pin and put it in a map for every location where you guys ever watch these streams from. And I'm pretty sure we're going to hit almost all the countries. Reno, Nevada, hot toffees for the last week. Fantastic. Wisconsin, the sunless state. It's not sunless during the summer. Lacey, Washington, red wine and popcorn. That took me a second to get there. Coffee in foggy New Jersey. It's foggy all over the place here. Palm Bay, Florida. Red wine in Canada. Hedgehog, send me a DM or send me an email, please. Oklahoma, drinking coffee. Bangkok, Perth, Australia, North Carolina. Look at these guys. This is amazing. So cool. Got to fast forward. I wish I could get all Frankfurt, Germany. Got to catch up because the chat's flying. Busy Water in Cumbria. Pepsi and paper crafting in East Central Minnesota. My gosh. Wait, hang on. New Zealand, coffee on a Saturday afternoon. Phenomenal. Norway. Chinese from Louisiana. New Jersey eating sushi. Grand Forks, North Dakota. Grapefruit Bubbly in North Carolina. First live I've been able to make. Welcome to your first live. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We love the replay crew. We love those watching live. For those that are watching live, there's a little like button, little tiny button right there at the bottom of the screen. Just press that. It does a lot of good. It really does. It means a lot to me. And for those of the people that like watching the content, we've got a whole lot coming up this year. And we're trying to get trial schedules sorted. And I'm not sure which of the trials that are upcoming I'm going to cover. I have been told by Mischief Manager I'm allowed to cover in comprehensive detail one trial per year. So if you're going to pick a trial, what's it going to be? Because if I'm allowed one trial, because covering the Maya case almost killed me. And that was after Murdoch. So I got 2 last year. So if it's one trial, what am I covering? I don't know. Be kind of wild. So let's see. Let's get caught up a little bit. Rob, you need a maid. My house. Let me try to explain the situation. My home is the home of a woodworker / attorney with ADHD. What that means is that there are various tools in various rooms throughout the house. There is also laundry in every corner of this house, laundry in the washer, dryer, various rooms, a sink that is either full or empty depending on the day, paperwork that's laying out, and an office that's filled with YouTube accoutrement. I would be embarrassed to allow any cleaning person into this house. And plus, when you do that, you have to pre-clean. I don't know if this is a thing for anybody else, but there is a person that I can contact to come and clean the house. But I feel judgment. I feel judgment because I have to pre-clean. Because if there's an object there, let me give you an example. The first time this person came to clean my house, there was some cardboard boxes at the front that I was going to take out and put in recycling. I left for the office. I came back. The cardboard box, the top of the cardboard box was cleaned, like dusted. Underneath the cardboard box was cleaned and dusted, and the cardboard box was placed right back on top of where it was left. My house is not in a state to have any person tasked with cleaning to step into this abode. There is sawdust. There are projects. There's a 3D printer that still needs to be repaired. Mhm. My house is a disaster, but that's life. It's life. Billy's Momzilla, hi from Southern Ontario, Canada. Amazing G&D puppies. Yeah, the puppy is downstairs as we speak. Hopefully getting energy run out of him. And he might make an appearance at some point in time. Lindsay, is that a Leo crate behind you? When do we get the puppy cam? That is the Leo crate where he stays at night when he's here versus Mischief's house. So we will see how this goes. We're going to play this by ear because I have found that he has hours of the day when my mind is chaotic. My body usually doesn't follow suit. His mind is chaotic. His body and behavior is like ahead of the chaos. Like, we're going to see how it goes. Canonical Heat, shop stream, make things. It'll make you feel better. I know. I want to clean my house. I want to make things. I want to feel better. Absolutely. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Real Sarah, new member. Thank you for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. Let's see if we can't catch up because I think I'm falling quite far behind. Bob at Shop News just got an 8-inch joiner. Ooh. What kind? Oh, that's awesome. I have an 8-inch bench mounted jointer, but I tried to build a base for it, but it's not the same as like the heavy stock 8-inch jointer. Those things are like 1,000 pounds. I am now officially jealous. To those of you remarkably confused, a jointer is a machine that flattens one end of a board. It has to be remarkably stable and very sturdy because you are taking a piece of disfigured wood and running it across circular blades. They're going, and it has to be completely coplanar, like flat. So usually when you're taking big lumber like that and running it across a planer, it wants to move a lot. So that's why they are very heavy. And generally speaking, the motor that's required to drive this thing, pretty substantial. So a 6-inch jointer is standard. 8-inch jointer is far superior to that. But, what's 2 inches between friends? I said that out loud. I did. And I knew what I was doing too. Anne Marie Allaire, greetings from Tucson. Hello, Tucson. Glad to see you. Upstate New York, Diet Dr. Pepper. I did see you in there. Traveling Science Man, Peru. Saw you. Wanted to mention that. Hoping for Leo stories and pictures. There are Leo stories. There are absolutely Leo stories. Leo attacked my law partner today in the cutest way possible. And Torres, thank you for the gift of membership. Very much appreciated. That is amazing and awesome for you to add to the crew. The entire chat is now almost green. I cannot believe it. Canonical Heat, it's pouring now, dark and gray, in my favorite time of year next to fall, which is even wetter and better. Hopefully that's because you're in a shop somewhere. I don't get like weather blues, but when I'm at the office before the sun is up and when I'm home after the sun has set, it is frustrating. However, today in Northern Virginia, we had a day that was probably about 77 degrees. Very weird, which made the Leo adventure that much more fun. Thank you, Canonical Heat, for sharing. So what shall we do first? You want to talk about Leo? JPC, I became a grandmother yesterday. Congratulations. Cheers to the newborn member of your family. And you are tasked with the exact same role of spoiling that child and making their parents say, your grandmother is a lot cooler than my mom. I'm sure you will do just. Jules, Florida, of course, with chai tea, but I'm a born and raised Jersey girl. Very cool. Oh, look at this.
The one day you start on time.
I was 14 minutes late. I was just about
only half an hour late. Usually that's on time.
Well, I was about to get to my Leo adventures of the day.
Okay.
Are you okay with me talking?
What's the damage report?
Talking about your client? So
depends. We'll have to go through that on a sort of moment by moment basis here.
We will call these allegations. It is alleged that on this day, the 26th day of January in the year of our Lord 2024, Leo did in fact attend the office of his father, Mr. Law and Lumber. And while in said premises, he insisted that he did not want to nap, sleep, or do anything of the like. He wanted to bark during every phone call.
Denied. It is admitted that he attended the office. Denied that he did not want to. It is denied that he barked. And if he barked, it is denied that it was disruptive.
He was given walks at every opportunity. And the walks in 75-degree temperature turned into frustrating moments of Leo deciding that he wanted to smell all the smells, eat all the mulch, and not pee. And he has a trust issue where my office runs, there's a main road and then there's a residential area across from my office. So we walk out of my office parking lot and we make a right. And now Leo knows this area. So he's like, okay, sure, we'll go. And then I go to cross the street and he's like, nah, hold up. We haven't done this part before. So he does the freeze move, where he does the paws planted and the neck extends like, no, I don't want to do it. Nope, we're coming, Leo. And we walk across the street and start walking on the sidewalk, and he is not wanting to be there. He is like, I know that. Can we go back to there? So he starts trying to run backwards. And I am trying to take him around a block, like boom, 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 right? Just square the square.
Mm-hmm.
Get to the corner, and he's like, okay, we can do this. He starts walking. And then we turn the next corner, coming back to the main road where my office is on.
He's like, this is a brand new corner. I've never done this before.
That was part of it. And then there was a dog on the far end of that street that was barking. And the level of nope that he expressed in that moment was shockingly strong. Like, he took off the other way. And in order to avoid not choking him, I decided I needed to jog to keep up because he was going to choke himself to death.
Wait, did you say you were trying to avoid not choking my client?
I was trying to avoid choking him. So I decided to jog to mitigate the choking that he was doing to himself. It is 75 degrees outside. I am in work clothes. We jog back to the office, and he sits there in the parking lot going, that was fun. I just want to smell smells. I was like, no, bro, you got to pee. We're going back inside. He was not happy. Not happy.
So what you're saying is you tortured my client.
Oh, then he got a hold of my law partner. This is my favorite part. So I am doing a meeting at the end of the day with my paralegal, going through my cases, my case log.
Mm-hmm.
What has to happen next week, what happened this past week. And Leo is at that witching hour, which is like between the hours of like 3:30 and 5. Miserable time. And he's just barking. And my law partner is like, Rachel, rushes in and grabs him. Don't want to distract you. Grabs him and grabs a toy. And I was like, are you sure you know what you're doing? Oh, it'll be fun. She takes him into her office. And within about a minute and a half, we just hear hysterical laughter, like just on the ground, like peeing laughter. And she's yelling, no, and she comes back in and just drops Leo on comes back in carrying Leo, and Leo has a full mouth of her blouse, just like from here to here, just like a full mouth, and he's like wrestling with that. And I was like, oh crap. And she sends him that. She goes, he doesn't know how to play with the toys. I try to play with the toys and he doesn't bring them back. I was like, he's 12 weeks old. Yes, he doesn't know how to play with the toys. It was an adventure. And then he cried the whole way home. We had a day. It was a day, Ian. It was a lovely day, but it was a day. Your client is a menace to society.
No, my client is delightful. You have just failed my client. You have failed in your obligations.
I will accept that.
And suit will be filed soon.
Oh, take it easy, because there's mitigating circumstances. Like I feed him, I bathe him. Like there's a lot of good.
We'll start out by sending you a cease and desist that will say things like, amongst other things, you must explain the worm parties.
And do I have to disclose all communication between me and said client?
And also, you have to let me know the name of your insurance carrier within 48 hours.
Oh yeah, or otherwise they're not going to carry me. Got it. Yep, that sounds legit. So, Ian, first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you. Going to be
it's getting together. We don't disclose the day, but it is in the realm of days. Happy birthday.
It is in the realm of days. Tomorrow I'm doing a stream to celebrate it. We're going to be watching my Supreme Court appearance, which I have never watched all the way through.
I am excited.
Because it makes me cringe so hard. I need other people there to get through it. So
I am so very excited. So we were at a function this week.
Yes, indeed.
And don't worry, it's not anything bad. Look at that handsome fella.
Oh, is he hiding behind me?
No, it is you. Most dapper nomination. Now,
didn't win, but I like the guy who did win. So, and the guy who did win was there with his kid, which I was like, I am glad. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad he was there. You know, it's like, nope, that is a good thing. So,
yeah, it was a lot of fun, and there's the two of us. I showed my staff this picture, and they were like, oh, so you dress up kind of nice. I was like, what the hell? That's rude. We both do. Look at that. We both did.
I clean up a little, all right.
You think Devin will be upset if I show Devin?
I don't think so.
So there's the three of us. So Devin came to.
Devin's going to be up for most dapper next time.
He might be. He was wearing the panda guns. Can we zoom in? I mean, hang on.
Oh man! That's good resolution.
Yes, they use high res. This was the tie that Ian was about to wear. If you're asking yourself, are those pandas holding handguns? The answer is yes, they are.
Now, here's the thing. I forgot to ask for the tie back, and now I'm not sure if I should, or if I should just be like, this is just how we roll. We end up ties just sort of float around. So,
well, the other thing that was in my pocket was a pen. and there was a pocket square, but that pocket square ended up in that pocket.
Oh, yes. That's got to be in the other room. I got to pull that out before
I realized today that pocket square did not come home with me.
So, no, that's got to be
and there was Ian's tie choice. I loved the teal. It was great. So
somebody sent me the that, and I was just like, this is actually a really cool tie. So yeah.
So we had a great time in Vegas.
It was a great time.
You had the best time. Now I'm not going to play the video because that's your video to play. But there was a gift that was given. It's going to be a Monday gift. And to those of you who are curious of whether you should watch Monday or not, you should watch. Because Devin in the good-natured kindness of his heart, decided that he was going to reach out to the community and be like, hey, can we get donations to give Ian a really special birthday gift? What was the birthday gift? The birthday gift was a surprise to Ian. We did not tell him. And
I had no idea. I get there and I'm like,
well,
okay, we're at a range.
Describe what takes place. Like, one, you found me napping.
Yes. So I meet Rob. Rob is in a chair. Rob is napping. I take a picture of Rob napping because it's funny. And I'll probably share that because it's funny. Rob then wakes up and he's like, so we're getting picked up. So we get picked up by guy in like a Jeep kind of thing, or like a little military transport thing. And so we hop in, we go for a drive, we end up at a shooting range. So I'm figuring it's probably a range. Like we're going to shoot at the range and so forth. And they're getting us checked in. They're like, Runkle, go. other end of the place here. You got to go do something else. So I was like, okay. What is it? So I go off and do my own thing and, whatever else. And then they come back and they're like, okay, well, it's time to go. And I'm like, what? And they're like, and then they hand us this little placard or this little, like a restaurant buzzer thing. So yeah. So there's that. And then it's like, okay. And then it rings and it's like, all right, now come on out. We're, the tank is warmed up. And I'm like, he just said tank. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
So we go out and they got a tank, and not just any tank, but there we go. There's Rob napping.
This is what good friends do when they come across you like sleeping. Thank you, Ian.
So they what do you call it? They have the tank from what was it, GoldenEye?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like,
and by the way, the exact tank from GoldenEye. Like,
yeah, it's like still got paint.
One that has painted on it 007. Like, it is the exact one.
Yeah. And it's like, all right, climb in the tank. I'm like, so I got to crush a car with a tank. Don't worry, there was nobody in it.
He got to drive the tank. Like, he got to power the controls. Like, the guy goes, how familiar are you with heavy machinery? And he goes, not, but I can push a pedal. Good. You got it. No problem. You're going to roll over this car, and then you're going to go back up, and we're going to stop you on top of the car.
Let's get the pictures on top of the car, because that's where like prime photography is. So
I'm going to preview can I preview the aftermath and you can play the video on Monday?
Yes. I posted a similar picture to Instagram with like, think that'll buff out.
That was the aftermath. By the way, for those of you in the market for a car, the Ford Contour, you might want to look elsewhere.
It is vulnerable to tank.
It is very. And we did find that there was a refrigerator in the back.
Yes. It was like, is there a fridge in the back? And the guy's like, there shouldn't be. Oh, that is totally a refrigerator.
Yeah. Yeah. And this one, Joy WRXRN. Wait, that's my car. I hope not. A sunflower day. Oh my God. That is such great memories you guys have. That is one of the coolest things. And I wasn't on the tank, and I was actually kind of happy about that because I got to hear
and film.
So I got to hear and film. And what was the best part about it was when you're near heavy machinery, you can't hear much beyond the sound of the immediate heavy machinery. When you're at a radius and filming, you can hear that car crumple like a tin can beneath your feet. It was the funniest sound. I started laughing hysterically. I couldn't stop because it was the funniest thing I've seen, was just Ian hit the gas on this tank and roll over this car like it wasn't there and hear the car crush like a tin can. It was, and then also just to see the looks on the faces of everyone, and everyone was just like, yeah.
The tank is surprisingly quiet, like once you're inside, because there's a lot of metal between you and the noisy bits.
I believe it. This is a good one, though. Tisha asks Crumple of the Bailey.
That is solid. I approve.
Awesome experience together. It was Ian screaming inside the tank?
No, just grinning.
He just had a big smile. What's funny is Ian doesn't react like a lot of people would expect. Like, you tell him you're going to drive a tank, and most people are like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. But Ian has this really subtle reaction. But if you've been around Ian enough, you can tell that there's like a shock and process moment where he's giving
like,
you
wait,
words.
did I hear that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he's feeding you words because he's still processing what you just told him. And it was that you're going to drive a tank over a car.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so cool. Yeah.
Oh, that was a lot of fun.
That was probably one of the most fun things I've got to see. And then getting to hang out in Vegas, go to the Gundies. We met Kyle Rittenhouse. We met a bunch of people, tons of people that we've seen. The Liver King was there. There was a bunch of other people, content creators there.
I gotta say, the Liver King is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
He was really red. Like that's a lot of tan I can't process.
It wasn't so much tan as it was like he's like the same color as like this Skittles package. And for a guy who's like, I am super healthy and like whatever else, he looked like he was going to die.
Do you remember Randy Macho Man Savage when he did the old Slim Jim commercials?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah, Slim Jim. That was the closest equivalent I could think of.
Yeah. He was really, really red. It was weird.
But the last pictures is one that's one of my favorite. And it was this one that I snapped.
Me doing an awkward interview?
It was just you having fun. And it was really cool. It was really cool to see.
Oh, it was a good time.
It was so neat to see.
So,
wait, I see someone saying in the chat, answer Jules. I'm trying to. The chat's moving too fast. Hang on. Let me scroll. How many hours to drive? I don't know. Scroll. Jules, you can text me. It's not. I'll answer. Yeah. It was a big smile. Ian had a lot of fun. He was nerding out the whole time. It was a great time. He got to go to the range day.
Oh, yes. The range day was fun. There was all sorts of really neat guns, some of which I totally want to buy. And
and then there was the Twitter dialogue of your return trip home.
I don't know what it is about me and travel.
Well, why don't you describe your return trip home? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh, so basically, if you are unfamiliar with me and flying, nearly everything that can go wrong does tend to go wrong. So as an example of this, I'm sitting there, we're waiting for the plane to take off. It's like, hey, it's time for the plane to take off. And then it's like, hey, it's a little past time for the plane to take off. What's going on? And so the pilot comes on, is like, this is your captain speaking. And I just want to advise you that one of our engines has suffered a problem that has caused it to abruptly turn off. This is not a safety concern, but we're going to get the mechanics out to have a look at it. And I'm like, you're what? Like, how's it not a safety problem if the engine just turns off? So anyway, we're sitting on the ground there, and because there's no engines, that means there's no air conditioning, which that got real warm. So that was not the most, not the most fun. I haven't yet, there's never been like a crash or anything like that I've been in, but it's always a little concerning. So,
well, I'm trying to find what had me scrolling Twitter the other day, which is the way you describe it is one way. And then there's the way you describe it on Twitter. And it's now this. Hang on. I'm going to do this because people, we need this. Ian just gave you his version.
Oh, yes. And somebody's talking about me and EDB should never travel on the same day. Of course, when I'm traveling, everything pops off.
Yep. And now am now on the plane for the first leg of my trip. Temperature on board would be comfortable temperature if you were used to hell or a Best Western hotel room. Now, I made a similar comment on my flight out. I said, whoever's in control of the thermostat for these things needs to just find a...
Well, my hotel room also, the air conditioning was not functional. So I had the temperature set to 21 degrees or 20 and a half Celsius, which is it's comfortable room temperature in, Freedom units. It was at 25, which is substantially more than comfortable room temperature. And I called the front desk and I was like, hey, the air conditioning's not working. And there was a woman there and she's like, okay. I was like, does that mean you're going to send up somebody to fix it? Nah. Like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, and this is the thing. So Ian via Twitter is, well, we'll just read on. United just outright said that the reason they're holding the door a little longer is for an MIA passengers because they've got whatever elite status. That, of course, made you mad. Now, I will give you a conflicting point. United held my flight out of Chicago back to DC because there was a plane landing and 10 of the passengers were landing from Canada and had a connection, and that was their connection. And if they didn't make it, they were going to have to wait till the next day. So United was like, we're going to hold this one.
I wasn't upset with them holding the flight because I have I've been the guy who's trying to, who's trying to catch the plane. It was just really weird when they said, like, the reason we're holding, or like, there's a passenger who's a little bit late, but, he's a star elite or whatever, thing. So we're going to give him a few more minutes. And I was like, did they just seriously say that they're holding it because this guy's like more important than you? And I was like, yeah, if they just said, hey, there's a passenger who's a little bit late. We're holding the plane because it had sucked for him to miss his flight. I'd be like, absolutely. That's awesome. But it sort of gave the feeling of like, you peasants, you would be walking right now, but this person's important. And so they get, they get some additional perks. It was just a weird way of phrasing it. And I mean, I'm sure that's actually how they think about things, but it's weird. It's unusual that they would actually tell you. Like that they'd actually come out and say. So
here Ian is reporting about the announcement on the engine. The airline just announced we have a small problem with the engine that caused it to shut off, but that this shouldn't affect safety. Anyways, I had a good run. If not back, avenge death. That tweet was what caused EDB to send a message to the group chat, and it was like, oh my God, are you looking at Twitter? And I was like, what? And it was from then on, we were all invested. Also, no engines mean no AC, and a metal can left in direct sunlight can get wickedly hot. Good thing they confiscated all the water bottles at security. There's a pleasant Ian Ruckle. The airline has apparently decided we're going to bring as much warm to the U.S. in this flight as possible. If that face doesn't tell you, Proceeding on, they've announced they'll take off as soon as the paperwork is completed. No word on whether the engine's fixed. Also, my connecting flight is exceedingly unlikely at this rate. Well, I've got 30 minutes to sprint across the airport on legs that I ran ragged walking through convention hall bigger than many towns. The odds are not in my favor. Also, the odds of my luggage makes this connection are even poorer. The person in the middle seat has expressed that she doesn't like to rush out of the airplane. I may have to step over her.
Oh, that's one of the things that just annoys me. Like when people who are like, I don't like to rush. I'm going to wait for all the people to go by. It's like, you can do that if you have the window seat, because if you're between me and the exit, we're going to have words, especially when I have a connecting flight. Like I can't wait for half an hour for everyone else to file out. I got to get there.
It's the way you articulate it via Twitter, which is the best. Made it to my next gate with some minutes to spare. Running, well, limping at speed, has not been good for me, particularly after escaping from an oven. Currently relearning how to breathe. Then this witty photo that says private screening available to you. And Ian says, this means you don't get a screen, but they'll let you watch movies on your own phone. On board the next flight, waiting to leave, they've just announced we have no potable water. So that's also fun. I'm hoping they still have potable liquor.
They did. They came by and they're like, can we offer you anything to drink? And I'm like, how many drinks can I have at once? They're like, 2. I'm like, cool. I will have a beer and a whiskey.
And then come back 10 minutes later and give me 2 more.
After that, I went to sleep. That was like 1, 2 nap time.
Have arrived in Edmonton, now waiting my luggage before I go to explain where I was and hope I don't get cavity searched. And within minutes, this is the best part. Within minutes, update. No cavity search. I got issued a declaration ticket thing. I walked it to another place where I dropped it off. Wasn't asked a single question. So customs was just like, can you walk a piece of paper a couple hundred feet?
That was literally all it was. It was like, you go to a machine and it says like, are you bringing back too much stuff? No. Are you bringing back any guns? No. Here's a ticket. And then I walked them. Normally there's like a booth that you have to tell them where you were and they ask questions and all that. And there was like, they were all closed. So it was just keep walking until finally somebody's like, I'll take your ticket now. And I was like, what?
But it wasn't enough. Because then you had a slogan. You came up with a slogan for Canada.
Oh, God.
I now want to quietly install a sign that says, welcome to Canada. Due to budget cuts, you will have to go cavity search yourself. And then Ian's next train of thought. So my Uber driver loves country music. This is letting me test out earplugs. Honestly, the country's worse than the peeing was. If this driver gets out to pee, I'm going to change the radio station.
And that was a bit of a throwback because the day before I had gone in an Uber and the driver like pulls over at this hotel, like this little tiny like Motel 6 equivalent, pulls into the parking lot and is like, I have to pee. And he gets out of the taxi or the Uber and he goes out behind, like right at the back, and he starts peeing. And this guy was old enough that like he was born in the US when it was a British colony. So as he was peeing, he was making noises. And the noises were mostly
no. No. I can't. And I'm like, I can't do that. Also, I don't understand. Like the ladies in the chat, I completely get you guys when you gripe about toilet seat up. We have a bathroom in the office, and I gripe about the toilet seat being left up. Like, what is with people? Can we not learn how to use the facilities with decency?
But I'm just like, it is weird for your. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, on one hand, I'm paying for this guy to pee. On the other hand,
you were.
You know what? I would probably be willing to pay a little bit more for him to just go in the hotel and like pee in their public toilet. Like, find find a coffee shop and pee in the toilet, as opposed to like right behind me where I have to hear the audio because there was a lot of audio. Like, it was not subtle. I thought about recording just the audio. Like, I didn't want to turn the camera back there because, what you might see, you might never unsee. But I was just like, okay. Like,
well, I hate the potty humor thing, but for some reason I can't not tell this story. Oh God. I was driving home a couple weeks ago from a long trip, and I have a nerves thing where I'm staying in someone else's house. I can't do bodily functions of a certain type. So all of a sudden driving home, I was like, I have to stop. I have to stop immediately. So I stop and I go into the restroom, and I'm just casually in the restroom, and I hear like the door just whoosh, open, like it slam the wall. And then the stall next to me just whoosh, open, slam the wall. And I swear to you, the most violent like 10 seconds I've ever heard in a bathroom. Like that just it was terrible. It was awful. But then it was done. It was like gone and out, hands washing out. I don't understand how that happened. I guess sometimes when you got to go, you got to go. And you have a deadline. I don't know. It was bad. It was bad. That was a bad experience. That made me think of that. I don't like you for that. That's my own brain.
I once had a client who was charged with mischief because the police officer suggested that he had intentionally blocked the toilet. This guy was arrested and taken into the police station. And then the officer was like, hey, and the guy said, I got to go. So the police led him to the bathroom, and there he was. And then next thing, there's like water all over the floors. And they said, you're getting charged because we think you intentionally blocked the toilet.
No. How do you fucking prove that? How is that a thing?
Well, how do you prove it is fun because we went to a trial. We went to trial over it.
Yeah, as would any human that's a lawyer ever.
And so I had my client having to testify about like what he ate that day and about how he takes big poops. So my client's like, well, I've always had big poops, but I had a big dinner, and a lot of fiber.
Everyone,
the
this is my fault.
Eventually was like, the judge was just sitting there.
This is my fault. I did this. This is my fault. I opened this door. I opened the box of Pandora.
But the judge is sitting there going like, and he looks over at the crowd and is like, Are we actually having this trial?
Are we really doing this in court?
Yeah, it's like, is this really your argument? And so the police officer is there as well. And so before my client testified, I had to cross-examine this police officer. And so the police officer's up there and he's like, there's no way this could have been just a normal poop. And I was like, could it have been a really big poop?
Oh my God, we are here now. We are here now.
And so the officer is like, well, I don't think so, but could have been. And I'm like, I got to ask.
No, you don't.
Did you get in there and inspect what was in the toilet? And he's like, well, that would be gross. And I was like, it would. So did you do it? And he's like, no. I'm like, so you don't know what's in there? He's like,
so dismissed.
I guess not. The judge was just like, Crown, do you really want to make arguments on this one? And the Crown was like, at the end of this trial, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened. And so I'm going to just invite the court to dismiss. And the judge is like, Yeah, the best time to do that was before this trial. I was like, yep. Didn't need. Yeah. So now for everyone who's like, I didn't need to hear that. Well, neither did the court, but you got to hear it. So I was just like, are we really running a trial over this? And the answer was, you bet we are.
Oh, Charlie Raven, that was so perfectly timed. It's the shitty defense. Oh my god. Okay, and I'm now terrified because I'm bringing on someone whose sense of humor is drier than yours. Shit. Oh, okay. All right. We live here now. I'm sorry. I know. I see you, Niklas. I see you. Oh my god. It's the shitty defense.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Celine says, Rob, I might not forgive you for this story ever. It wasn't my story. Niklas saying, I promise I'll behave.
But you should still blame Rob.
Holding an
I will
axe.
behave. I promise I will behave.
Yep. Runkle, where's the tie?
The tie is, the tie's in my luggage, which I'm always really awful at unpacking luggage.
Mary Coppola was a poop demeanor. Oh god. Oh my gosh. There's another good one here. John Common, which is it's a joke, but not a joke. Hey, I got another kidney stone. I'm peeing Coca-Cola. It's 7 millimeters, and I'm naming it Salvador. So Calcifer, who I birthed in October, has a little brother.
Oh geez.
You know, you have to. You really do have to laugh at some of the foibles that we end up in. Poop trial, essential material right there. No, it's not real. Right, YYC. Oh god, Grant Horn, the case of the dumping derriere. Oh.
Oh.
When is TOTC coming back? It has been a wild January and December. So whenever we can get our wits about us, because the next one we're doing is Nuremberg trials. And
yeah.
The Nuremberg trials. I need to be there. I need to be there on the Nuremberg trials because.
Are you secretly from Argentina?
No.
That's terrible. What a terrible segue. Ian Runkle.
I mean, I went to school with kids to parents who was active. What do you call them? Austrian painter, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
That is just one generation above me.
It's really weird to think about it. When you do the math,
yeah,
it's a very uncomfortable truth that we all have to kind of reconcile with, that this generation or this thing occurred in a past that a lot of people still remember.
Yeah. I mean, I went to school in the 70s and 80s. And the parents of the kids I went to school with in Sweden, they were active, those people.
This super chat means that my mom just heard the poop trial story.
The poop trial. Oh, please say it is the what do you call it?
No. It was Ian's trial about like clogging a toilet intentionally, or it was the poop that did it, and had cross-examining witnesses.
The pro wrestling thingy who did.
No, not Vince McMahon.
No, it's not that.
Nope. Not Vince McMahon. Okay.
Nope. Hi, Mom.
Sorry, I'd promised to be better behaved, but we all know that's a lie.
I'm never letting you drive over a car with a tank again.
Oh, this is so embarrassing.
Midnight EDB said Runkle is one of the main reasons she stays on Twitter, and I agree. I completely agree. And it was EDB who sent that to the group chat, and she was like, "Y'all, Ian, are you alive?" And I was like, "What's going on?" And she goes, "Here's the Twitter, follow." And I was like, "Oh no." Mm-hmm. PC's felony. Y'all, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. Tiffany Bernier, I can tell there's a lot of not medical pros in the chat based on poop story aversion. I have a buttload of them. Oh no. Oh, speaking of poop shows, ask Niklas about YSL. Oh yeah, that so YSL. Wait, Niklas, focus.
Okay,
Focus.
okay. What? Yeah.
YSL.
How many drinks are in are you, man?
YSL. Oh Jesus Christ. The YSL trial. Oh, where do I start? The YSL trial. They had a hearing Monday, Tuesday, and then all of a sudden on Wednesday they said the judge said, "I have an emergency, so no more trial this week." And this is
what is the emergency? Like,
I don't know.
The president was kidnapped by ninjas, and he's the only bad enough dude to go.
I have no idea. There's nothing in here that says okay. Okay.
Now,
I don't know. I honestly don't know, because this is the 6 week of trial. This is a 6 month. I wish I knew, because I've been following this trial since May of last year.
I know.
And
I am still selecting the jury for 8 months.
Yeah. And I have no idea what's going on.
Let me give a cautious prediction. Here's the thing. The judge is assigned to the case, which means if you bring a new judge in, they're going to ask for a mistrial because different judge, different proceeding. So this judge is going to stay with this case from jury selection through adjudication.
Mm.
If the judge has a medical emergency or a family emergency, that's a legitimate reason to push a pause button. And in life, that stuff happens. I had a trial that was postponed when my dad passed. See you, Danny.
But
give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes.
This judge has been. This is the one that acquired when in November of 2022, when the state said we are ready for trial. We have 79 new witnesses. We are ready for trial. And they started to, okay, we're ready for trial. Sorry for mumbling. And then it took 11 months to get the jury sequestered. 11 months.
Selected. Yeah, selected.
Selected. And from November of 22nd to December 3rd, they went from 79 witnesses to 730 witnesses.
Now,
is this RICO? This is RICO, right?
This is RICO. This is the
Georgia RICO?
Young Thug RICO trial.
This is
Georgia RICO, so everything's RICO. Normally the rule is nothing is RICO, but now everything is RICO because it's in Georgia.
RICO.
And I wish I could handle to you what is Georgia RICO. I wish I could. But the thing...
In Georgia, my poop story would have been charged as RICO.
Yeah. Yes. Because in Georgia, you only need 2 people who in cahoot with each other does something to enhance with each other. So more or less, it's I have so many words I'm afraid to say.
It's a lot. And that trial is, my hat is off to the judge for trying to avoid a mistrial in a case where it seems like that's where it's heading. It is so hard to imagine that getting to a verdict.
Yeah. The problem with the judge is that most of what he does is to enhance to get the trial going. But I'm not entirely sure he does it for... how do I say this? As much of diplomacy I could do, it's a fucktwat.
We're about an hour off from that.
I mean, we're close.
Sorry. Okay, you're an hour away from that. How do I express that? When the state proclaims something, he's very okay. Let's do that. When the defense does something, he kind of yells at them in front of the jury.
That's standard. That's standard practice, Niklas.
Yeah, I know, but not in this case where they have more than 18 months of pre-trial before this, and he still yells at the defense, but lets everything go when it comes to the...
As a criminal defense lawyer, that's just Tuesday.
That's standard practice. I know that it seems shocking, but quite honestly, defense lawyers anticipate this. Like, I was going to talk about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, and honestly, that's probably not going to make it because we have Niklas on, and I think we might have one more guest. But the Gutierrez-Reed, the one I want to talk about was they filed a motion to dismiss. That judge is quickly dispatching with a lot of motions. Like, defense lawyers are very used to we file a motion that is, while we believe it should have merit, is largely to the court pro forma.
Yeah, I agree.
That motion to dismiss was never going anywhere. I'm going to talk about it on Monday a bit and some of the stuff going on in the case, but I mean, it.
Well, so let me do this. Let's talk about. Oh, dang it. I want to get through at least one of... Rob, just tell you want to leave. No, she won't leave. I'm glad she's watching. I'm scared and traumatized because she's seeing all of this. But either way, I'm not concerned at all whatsoever. Let me do this.
Not concerned. He's just out of the will.
There's no will. We're fine. We're fine. I will swoop you. I have given this swoop.
Recollect, I gave that to you.
What?
The swoop.
My swoop. It's my swoop, sir. Anyways, this next story. So, generative AI, and this was one they gave me a question today, and I didn't think about it. I wanted to ask you guys questions. Let's hypothetically speaking, generative AI, which is a chatbot, right? One of the most powerful features of generative AI is the ability to learn from questions humans ask, making it a minefield for attorneys trying to use the technology while protecting confidential and privileged client information. For example, if you are using generative AI and giving it a hypothetical client with their information to try and draft an email or a pleading,
then it may put that person's name into another.
Well, and it uses that information prospectively. Like it learns from that, uses it, and passes it on.
Somebody is absolutely going to get hammered over this. And I have actually seen one generative AI company that specifically noted, they basically said that they instance the model, so they make a copy of it, you feed it your stuff, and then when you're done with it for the day, it deletes that separate copy.
So this is something funny. And I wanted to make this point too. Elflings raises this point, which is remarkably important to remember. Autocomplete is generative AI. Like when you start typing a word, your computer suggesting how that word finishes or suggesting a corrective interpretation of that word, that is generative AI. That's it. So autocorrect is technically speaking generative AI. So when people are saying lawyers shouldn't use it, they already are.
Oh yeah.
If you are using autocorrect,
I mean, I turn off autocorrect as I type. So,
oh, I mean, I do because it always screws up plaintiff and defendant. Like it screws that up all the time.
that said, autocorrect is not generative AI.
Not autocorrect. It's when it's suggestive, like when you are typing an email and you see it like say, this is how you should finish that sentence.
Even autocomplete is not really generative AI.
It's close. It's built off of that.
Similar,
it's built
but it's
off
not.
Of that. That's if you think about like founding principles, right? Like going back. That's where it starts. It's where it started. Ian disagrees emphatically. I can tell because he's silent. Anyways, privilege covers certain confidential communication between attorney and client. When the client is seeking legal advice, privilege can be waived if information is disclosed to an outside party, meaning the communication might not be protected from discovery by the other side during litigation, for example. So if I were to issue a subpoena to an attorney that is representing a client of the opposing party, and I were to say, give me your ChatGPT chat log.
I think anybody would say go F yourself.
Yeah.
But do you think a judge might disagree?
Yeah.
I think a judge would disagree.
Yeah.
For the same way that the judge... I don't.
Really?
Sure. Rob,
why is that protected? Tell me why it's protected.
Because there are lots of communications between lawyers and third parties that are still protected. For instance, if I said, Rob, I am going to subpoena your ISP's records to get me every search you've done.
So let me narrow.
I'm going to subpoena your Westlaw records.
Let me narrow my
see every case you've looked.
Hang on. Let me narrow my subpoena. My subpoena is now narrowed to every ChatGPT log using the full legal name of the opposing party. Now that's not
research.
Obviously
no.
That's not research. How is that not disclosure? You know that this chatbot is that it gains information from third-party resources, and it spits it back out too.
Okay. I don't see how that lets you get it, for the same reason that I wouldn't be able to get your internet history that references the client's name.
Okay, now reverse it. What if it's the party?
Which party?
What if I subpoena the opposing party's ChatGPT dialogues?
I don't think that you can subpoena the opposing, the actual client themselves.
Yeah, the other side.
Like the other side's not the lawyer, but just
the party, the actual person, the litigant.
I mean that, so long as it's not something that has some other privilege, because normally you can get like the other person's emails and so forth, unless they're like emails to clients. But they might have, for instance, I was doing this in order, like there might be privilege that applies to specific searches, specific, whatever else. So, I mean, if the client then fed the, for instance, if the client then fed that into ChatGPT and was like, explain this legal document to me, I don't think you'd be able to get that, from that.
No, it's like it's 2 steps in a questionnaire. It's still 1 or 2 steps away from it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I think it's getting close though, and that I think is the point of the article.
If I was the judge, I would laugh you out of court. I'd be like, try, Mr. Morton. But
I know you would.
I'm not.
But let's hypothetically.
Actually, that's not true. I would start out by saying, Mr. Morton makes many able submissions on this.
If you can subpoena browser history, why not ChatGPT?
You can't subpoena browser history from opposing counsel.
From the party, you damn well can.
But for a party, sure. But there might actually be limits. Like, as counsel, if somebody's subpoenaing browser history, I might say the following entries were redacted because of privilege.
Well, hang on. Let me get you. Hang on. Here's how I get a subpoena. So Corey Richens has a Google history, right? And I then suggest to a judge in an affidavit that some of her text messages or emails appear to be different in language and modeling than her standard messages. And therefore, I would like to see if she plugged information into ChatGPT.
Okay.
I think you get that.
I think you get that, but that's not a solicitor client privilege issue.
No, it's not, but it's one of those things that I haven't even thought of before.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I would absolutely ask if I was if I'm doing a civil suit, I would absolutely ask for the other party's ChatGPT records. The thing is if I'm counsel and the other side asks me for that, I'm going to go through and I'm going to strike a whole bunch of things and say, I'm not giving you this because it's not relevant and you don't get the irrelevant stuff. I'm not giving you this because they asked a question about their legal case and that's privileged. And I'm not giving you this because they asked a question about their spouse. I'm asserting a privilege on that. You might.
So we're talking about the Crumblies?
No, so side note, today is the first day. Today is the first day that I put the ChatGPT request into Discovery. I asked for it. In RFPs, I said, request production of documents. I want ChatGPT logs.
Did you also ask for any Midjourney or?
Not yet. Oh, damn it. Thank you, Ian. Thank you. You're right. Thank you.
Midjourney, really Stable Diffusion, any
yes, any AI
generative AI, whether text or image.
That's a thank you for pointing
or
that
video or
So today was the first day that I asked for that. And it was based on reading this article and going, huh.
And now what did the other side send back?
Well, and that's the problem. The other side, when they send something back, they have an obligation to produce a privilege log. If they're claiming privilege, they have to produce a privilege log.
Yeah.
And 20th Century Fox, that privilege log sounds like a nightmare. It might be, but you can't tell me I'm not entitled to at least see the log. If you're telling me that your client is inputting information in a divorce case against their spouse, and there's emails back and forth between them, and there's social media posts that I'm referring to, and if there's accusations of dissemination, if you're telling me that you escape the obligation to provide me a privilege log, no, I don't see a judge siding with you on that. If I've got that background and I ask for that ChatGPT input, I think I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you're asking for, kind of, as the issue, right? If you specifically were fishing for, I want the lawyers, like, if you're asking for, like, I want counsel's ChatGPT logs, I'm going to be like, see you in court, because you're going to have to get the court to agree to that first.
Now, one of the things that I've wondered is kind of like this. So
privilege log is just an asterisk for everything.
The problem, and this is the article, back to the article. The problem is the next person that comes along might be your opposing counsel.
Right.
And one of the things that I've wondered with ChatGPT is if I gave ChatGPT a question and I said, have you spoken with blank? And I gave them the full legal name. Does it spit out anything? Does it tell me?
It may spit out garbage is the problem.
It might.
Like, I mean, where you're much more likely to get something is if you put something in like, draft me a standard form. Like what you're much more likely to see is something like, draft me a standard like consent divorce agreement. And then it spits one out and it plugs in a name that it's just seen before, right? Or something along those lines. But I don't see, like, if you tried to tender that for any purpose, I'd be like, relevance.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have no idea if this is
Foundation,
accurate.
relevance, speculation, all the above. Yeah. But I do agree with this part. The trouble here doesn't begin when confidential information ends up in the wrong hands. It's the risk itself. Merely the risk that it could be seen by a third party means that putting that information into public-facing tools may be a legal ethical breach. If a lawyer's left sensitive documents on a park bench, it's possible no one will find them, but the act of leaving them in public is a problem. So me putting in otherwise confidential client information into ChatGPT, which I'm going to say this, it's going to sound disparaging, but old guard beware. Like, beware.
This seems to me more like I took some documents, I shredded the documents, and then I took a handful of the shreddings and dropped it into a river. And somebody can find some words or maybe a phrase out of the document, but they're not going to be able to reassemble the document.
But would you like to have that risk? Like, would you? I'm not inviting that risk, which means if I ever use generative AI, it is for, I am giving ChatGPT a hypothetical with no privileged information and saying, help me write an email, or, give me a punchline. I don't need ChatGPT. I send Ian a note and I say, Ian, I need help punching this up.
I mean, I think it would be a bad practice. I mean, in general, I think people should be very careful with how much they lean on ChatGPT at all, such that I'd be kind of much more inclined to be like, okay, let's say I need, maybe something where you're like getting some research, like places to begin research, but you have to check its work. You have to all of this stuff, right? So you are going to see some lawyers who kind of think ChatGPT is magic and do something like plug their entire case into it and say, like, write me a brief. And that's going to be a problem. There are generative AI things.
There will be lawyers that do that. So the bar has to protect the public from even those a-holes. I think that's
well. The other thing is that there is a service that where you take like a medical record, because medical records can be long, like long and boring.
Wait,
and there's a service. Yep, there's a service where you feed a medical record into it, and it summarizes it and gives you a really quick like summary and it's aimed at like personal injury lawyers.
Huh.
And that it might be a big problem, right? That's where you might see issues with it, like spitting out a name that you don't want it to, or something like that.
Yeah, or a very, very specific set of conditions that only like 3 people have.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting question to me, because it's also one of these things where bar associations, now granted, I don't ever really want to be one that models myself off of what the California bar does, mostly because like Tom Girardi, like that being one of the main reasons.
Tom Girardi, the
Florida bar, well, in Florida and California are now basically saying this. The bar is now giving ethical rules about what you can and cannot do when it comes to AI. So I don't know.
I mean, a lot of lawyers are going to get burned on AI. And it's going to get messy at some point. I think the bigger concern is going to be services. I've heard of lawyers, for instance, hiring overseas lawyers.
To
like draft things.
And that's a big problem. That's complete different standards. And
sometimes it's been situations like, hey, I hired a lawyer in China to draft this for me. And I'm going, wait, you're hiring a lawyer in China to draft your patent filing? Are you crazy? Like, are you doing the math on this one? I don't know.
Pretty tough.
So
that's
AG with the super chat.
That's the Taiwan, the Taiwan lawyers, which still, oh Jesus Christ, is it in the European Union? Once you get a Taiwan speaking, what do you call it? A Taiwan. Oh, what is called? It's a Taiwan. Oh, I've been through this so many times, but I still can't remember it. A Taiwan.
Sober at the time.
We're gonna be halfway through the next paragraph, and he's gonna scream the word out very loudly.
Yeah, sure. But the Taiwan did, and then the European Union has to bring in the Taiwan, and then in the higher court say, okay, the Taiwan says this and stuff like that. Oh Jesus, I haven't done this in like 20 years.
It's okay, Santa.
Yeah, for you who don't know, I spent from 2009 and 2012 in the European Union as a document analyst, and yeah, I hate it. It's so much shit going on.
Niklas, you are on a live stream speaking a language that is not your home language, not your natural language. Every time you stumble or stutter, I don't ever question it. I'm always remaining impressed with the fact that you have the grasp that you do, both of culture, politics, language, and you're learning to take the sense of humor from your sense of humor to a more not sense of humor. Just saying, like, that's a very unique sense of humor. Like, Ian is a category, and then Niklas, you're like over there. I appreciate the hell out of it.
Yeah,
I just also appreciate his ability to consume alcohol.
Oh, yeah. Like world record levels. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, for the before I went on here, I had a what do you call it? A fundraiser for the YSL Trial.
Yes.
And I currently have consumed like 5 shots of alcohol, and then the the wheel of regrets, which is a wheel
you
of
shared that with me.
Yeah. Is it a wheel of hot sauce?
No.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
I've got a wheel of hot sauce.
It's a wheel of hot sauce.
But there's vodka and gin mixed into it. So you can either get hot sauce or a whiskey shot, a vodka shot, or gin shot. Like, that's how the wheel works.
Where's the regret, though?
Tomorrow, when I have to,
evacuate the facilities.
Yes, exactly.
That's never bothered me.
Yeah, look at that. That's wheel of regrets. That's what Niklas shared with me. Habanero sauce, whiskey shot, habanero sauce, vodka shot, habanero sauce. That's a lot of habanero sauce. Gin shot, scorpion sauce, vodka sauce, scorpion shot, vodka shot. That is not a pleasant wheel. Like, there's nothing in. Now, the scorpion pepper, I will say, I enjoy. Habanero, I'm not. Oh, Prost.
Yeah, this is the scorpion sauce, and it is, actually.
I like that. I don't like habanero. I'm one of the very few people that doesn't like habanero. I think the heat lingers too long. I think it's.
What did you think of my hot sauce?
Oh, I haven't tasted it yet. That's the.
Well, this is Rob.
I have a bottle.
Rob got a bottle.
Yep. TSA was not happy.
Did they put up with it?
I poured half of it in a plastic baggie and the other half into another plastic baggie, and I said, so I don't have a bottle. I don't have the label. I have the sauce.
What'd you think of it, though?
No, it was really good. It's not.
It's a habanero base.
Really? But it doesn't linger like that.
No, it's just good stuff. It's got a lot of other stuff in it as well. So
yeah.
Well, hang on. Let me hit these few on the chat GPT. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Let me hit the few on the AI stuff. AG, the company I work for, is integrating AI into the Depot EO transcription process. Some are excited. I'm annoyed / concerned. The program does a terrible job at formatting, even for a first draft. I have a big problem with inaccurate transcription. So I trust certain court reporters better than others. I do not trust an algorithm to do it until it's proven over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
There was a case a friend of mine had where the transcription ended up basically it confused two words, and it was substantial. It ended up being an issue that the trial judge had looked at the transcript in terms of coming to the ruling and had determined that the client, or that the accused, not my client because it wasn't my file, but that the accused had made a substantial admission on the stand. And the lawyer's like, I don't remember this. I would have remembered him admitting to this. And they actually had to pull the audio recording and have a listen to it and went, that's not what it was. And then the prosecution agreed, yeah, we got to consent to the appeal because transcription was wrong. So, yep.
Yeah, it's a problem. So, going on, Leandra, Chat GPT does not recognize #WoodDaddyStack or Leather Daddy is a whole different result. That would yield a lot of different things. With Nick here, Kristen M96, how's the bot union going? The bots are compensated.
How much are they compensated?
Snuggles. They get puppy snuggles now.
Snuggles or chewing?
I stopped the chewing.
Because those are different things, right?
No, wait. What's really, really funny is that Leo came up here earlier today and he grabbed something and dragged it downstairs. You want to know what he grabbed?
Your balls?
No, Biff's blue balls.
Your balls?
No, so he grabbed Biff's blue balls from one of those stories and dragged them downstairs. I was like, no, you do not. He's had enough. You don't do that to Biff. That's rude. Vest from Quebec says, keep faith, Rod the puppy phase. That's driving owner crazy is not forever. Feels forever, but not really forever. Yeah, I know. And Nicholas is still dying laughing. Vincent Rando, good question. Can you please explain the recent appeal stuff in the FTX bankruptcy at some point? It's a very easy explanation. So FTX filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy to reorganize. In the bankruptcy court, the U.S. trustee said, we want an independent examiner. We want someone else who's independent, funded by the estate, to do a full and comprehensive examination of everything that led to this and everything that's there. It's essentially duplicative. So the trustee said, no, we've got this. Your examination is just going to dip into the estate more and make less money go around to everybody else. And the creditors committee, also the creditors committee that was appointed, said, no, we don't want this. They've got this. We're overseeing this. The court's overseeing this. We don't need the independent examiner. A lot of money out of the estate. Because imagine tasking a new CPA firm to review FTX. How many millions of dollars is that going to take?
All of
that, I know, and all of that comes out of money that the trustee recovers. So the bankruptcy court said, no, we're not going to appoint an independent examiner. I think the trustee can do it with my oversight. And the district court and the appellate court said, we overrule the bankruptcy court and we're going to appoint an independent examiner because the public has a reason and a right to know and see disclosure into this. Here's the problem. The independent examiner doesn't really have to disclose that much. They have to disclose their results and they're subject to cross-examination, but they don't really have to disclose how they got there. And it's millions of dollars out of the estate that I don't think is going to bring anything back to the creditors and the claimants who are seeking money. So now there's millions less in a pool that was already being doled out to pay people not a whole lot. So I disagree with the Court of Appeals. I think it was, I think it was political. I think they saw FTX and they were like, I don't want to, my gosh, the politics and all the above. And they were like, we're going to appoint independent examiner. And they were like, we're going to do it. Sure, we're going to do it. It was stupid. It was a bad move. It depletes the pool of resources. And I think that John Ray has a good handle on it. And it pissed me off. But that's the recap on the FTX stuff. John Common says, Nick, if you cannot be up for Jody Day tomorrow, I'm giving my money to Sal during
okay.
Peens of our lives. This, I am scared to ask for the explanation.
On Saturdays and Tuesdays at noon Eastern time, we are doing the Gutierrez-Reed trial. And Gutierrez is a piece of work.
Work or something else?
Yeah, that too. And I have to say that throughout what I've ever seen in any trial, the Gutierrez is the original Amber Heard.
Okay.
It is she lies. She tries to get away with things, and she tries to put everything on the person who, in this case, Travis. It's
Wait, why is this case now back in the news?
The Gutierrez trial?
I thought the trial was done.
No, the Gutierrez trial.
If I missed a big thing,
the Gutierrez trial, she was convicted and everything around that, but one person got said during the sentencing, because she was about to face a death penalty, but one of the jurors said no, and the prosecution revealed her name through the juror he had a sexual encounter with.
Wait.
What?
Hey,
Niklas,
back up 2 steps. So in sentencing phase, the prosecution
had
reveals the name
a sexual encounter with a juror, in which, since she held out against the death penalty, he told this person, I wish I could tell you everything about it. Here's the thing about the conviction of Gutierrez, is that the prosecutor had an affair with one of the jurors, and that juror let known to the prosecutor that one of the other jurors said, I'm not going to go forward with the death penalty.
But this is penalty phase only, not guilt.
Yeah.
Penalty phase or guilt phase. This is they're very different times. Very different times.
Yeah. And it's so infuriating because the prosecutor had an affair with one of the jurors in this trial. I wish I could tell you it's all hoo-ha, whatever, but the prosecutor, once he found out in the Gutierrez trial that they would not go to the death penalty, he revealed the name of the juror who held back.
Oh, lovely. So this prosecutor is now disbarred. So, and to give context to people, we're not talking about a present trial. This is a former trial. Niklas is covering a trial rewatch of Gutierrez, which is really cool because these historic trials are really massive. I love them. But it gets confusing because we cover a lot of new stuff, and so does Niklas. But Juan Martinez, the attorney, the prosecutor, is now disbarred, apparently, after all of this alleged misconduct. Okay, Maricopa County. You know what? Maricopa.
Yeah. And it's so infuriating to watch this trial knowing what happened next. And then, thanks to... I'm currently doing the... serial killer Saturday. And one of the prosecutors there has agreed to be
interviewed
in what's her name? She's called the monster. Oh,
kill me, Niklas.
Yeah. Oh shit. I'm too drunk for this. Sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah. Either way.
I'm just trying to find the misconduct allegations. So the misconduct allegations, he was disbarred. Looking at this real quick. Blah, blah. I acknowledged the charges made against me. Read the charges, denied charges.
The prosecutor in the Gutierrez trial, he was later on removed from his... he was a prosecutor, but... no,
Niklas, hang on, to correct you. He was accused of leaking information to a blogger. So this was to a journalist that he was having the affair with a journalist. So he was having the affair with a journalist, and he communicated to the journalist about conversations he was having with the juror. And the other allegations were that he had sexual misconduct with other female coworkers. So it's like coworkers, misconduct, juror who I was communicating with, and I'm giving that information to a blogger who I'm having an affair with. That was a disbarment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep. Not sleeping with the juror, sleeping with the reporter and giving the reporter the information on the juror that he was talking to. That's yuck. But that case was ugly, period. So
and the Gutierrez case was brought up to the appeal courts, and they still said no matter the entirety of the whatever they found, there was enough evidence of her actually doing it. But me and Dave on MLS Law Show, every Saturday and Tuesday, we are going through that entirety of that case. Every Tuesday and every Saturday. So tomorrow around noon, the Eastern Standard Time, we are going through it. And it's an amazing trial. Not just that, but it's so clean. That's the thing. It's so clean. Not that the prosecutor is going out at, this and this, and the defense is going, this and this. It's just that it's so clean, so extraordinarily clean. And that is with the Eileen Warnes trial I'm covering on Saturdays in my what do you call it?
We'll get you there. We'll get
in
you.
my in my what? Oh, Jesus Christ! What? I'm too drunk. I'm too drunk.
You're coming
for
to
this.
Saturday. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Danny says, thanks, Leandra. Everyone likes this video. Leandra, thank you. And Danny, thank you. Danny, you have a link, by the way, if you want it. Leandra, log stacking daddy. Danny says, hi. Hi, Danny. I just said that. John Common, can we safely say Nick is shit-faced? What is drunk Nick buying sober Nick tonight? We can safely say that. Nick safely said that. He said that himself.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm doing towards Zachary Anderson's defense fund. I'm doing. I have been doing this a lot of times. Every time with the Zachary Anderson case, I've been doing defense fund fundraiser because, but I know that Jesus Christ, I'm drunk.
It's a lot of money. It's a big uphill battle.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's a lot of money, big uphill battle. And I know that you watched that trial and watched that from start to finish. I know you have very strong opinions about that trial, and I don't argue against you. I thought that trial was frustrating to watch. And I think that if you're going to convict someone, convict them properly. I didn't like the way they did that, but I understand why you're doing that. And I appreciate the fact that you're doing that. It's a great job and it's a great thing to do. So I'm very much appreciative of the effort you're putting in. I have a question for you, Niklas. Try, quote, Charlie Foxtrot. Is that an inside joke? I don't know what that means.
I have no idea.
Well, it's something. Let's see. I want to catch up. All right, so here we have, we're going to swoop real quick. Swoop, old swoop or new swoop? Old swoop, old swoop. New swoop just in case. All right, swoop, because Ian's not here to cover the topic I wanted to cover because we're closer to the 2-hour mark. So we're just going to cover boring stuff, Ian. Dang it. Boring stuff until Ian comes back because I needed profanity and I'm not going to get it.
Yeah.
That's kind of disappointing.
I wish I could have been more, what do you call it? I wish I could have told everybody more about this, but Jesus Christ! But my my chat just said we need to get you as drunk as possibly, and here I am.
Well, we're gonna behave for the rest of the night because the thing is, I want people to go and check that out because this part, 20th Century Fox, the new interrogation videos in the Zachariah Anderson case on MLS are worth a look. Please go look, and please check out Niklas Starow Trial Watch. Honestly, he's a great dude. It's late for him. What time is it? It's like 4 a.m. your time, isn't it?
It's 4 a.m. my time. And
look at me with the math skills. I don't know math, but I have math skills there. Go check out those videos. I've got a new thing that we're gonna have thoughts. So I'm gonna share a video, and then I'm gonna let it play all the way through. Ian, do not interrupt the video.
No promises.
Don't do it.
The journalism industry is basically in a free fall. Today, the Los Angeles Times laid off 115 employees. They wiped out their entire DC bureau in an election year. They laid off pretty much all of their sports teams. They killed their entire tech and business section. They laid off breaking news writers, social media editors. The list goes on. But what's really dark is this is just the latest in months and months and months of layoffs in the media industry. In fact, tens of thousands of journalists have been laid off in the past past year. Major media companies like BuzzFeed News have completely shuttered their news operations. Time Magazine also just laid off a ton of people, and Sports Illustrated basically shut down last week. Pretty much the entire digital media ecosystem that myself and a lot of other millennial journalists came up in has been completely hollowed out. And it's not just digital media sites. Local news has been...
All right, we're going to pause momentarily. To the chat who's not ready for that, I apologize that Taylor Lorenz just graced your screen. Taylor Lorenz, who's like
Taylor
surely try and copyright claim this.
Sorry. Sorry.
Surely you're going to try and copyright claim this. You made a lot of points here, and I'm here to discuss them. And discuss them.
The points are mostly on the top of her head.
You mean 2 specifically?
I meant 1.
Yeah, Taylor Lorenz can just go fuck herself. Sorry.
Well, the funny thing is, I want to actually not just go with the broad-ranging I disagree thing. Or to say bad person. Because I actually would like to bring a few different receipts. Because this becomes interesting.
So Taylor Lorenz can go F herself. Or...
Well, yeah. And there's a lot of comments that I think bear some discussion. So let's backtrack a little bit and let her continue.
But the beginning of the discussion needs to be the fundamental point that Taylor Lorenz can go F herself.
That's fair. You can have that opinion. That's no problem. I have no problem with that opinion. I have no problem.
That's our starting point for this.
Yeah.
But we're going to pause intermittently, and I will invite comment in the intermittent pauses. So why don't we, you know what? Why don't we start from the beginning? We'll pause intermittently, and we'll comment.
Free fall. Today, the Los Angeles Times laid off 115 employees.
It's a good start.
The Los Angeles Times that reported that Jason Momoa testified in the Johnny Depp trial.
Allow me to... Yeah.
Wiped out their entire DC bureau in an election.
It's the Los Angeles Times.
Aww.
Hi, Dani.
Hello, Rob. How are you?
I'm quite well. We're talking about Taylor Lorenz's rant on the media. Are you ready?
I am.
Intermittent pauses with commentary. And I have articles that I pulled up from her at the Washington Post that we're going to critique based on her own commentary and criticism of media.
Hello, Dani.
It's a fun experiment. I like this experiment. We're going to have fun. So the Los Angeles Times cans their Washington reporting staff because they are a Los Angeles newspaper. So going on.
Year. They laid off pretty much all of their sports teams. They killed their entire tech and business section. They laid off breaking news writers, social media editors. The list goes on. But what's really dark is this is just the latest in months and months and months of layoffs in the media industry. In fact, tens of thousands of journalists have been laid off in the past year.
Aw, Muffin.
Oh, no. Poor you.
Yeah.
I just can't find a small enough violin.
You know, it would be tragic if she were doxxed at the height of her career.
Oh no, we're not there yet. We're
we're getting all set up then. Sorry, spoiler.
That's towards the end of her monologue. We are like the first little bit of her monologue. We're still here. We're at the infancy.
Major media companies like BuzzFeed News have completely shuttered their
major media. Did she just call BuzzFeed a major media company?
Yes, she did. She did very much, and she gave them accolades as far as all of that was. You heard that out loud.
This is a little like saying "Great Chef Ronald McDonald."
news operations. Time magazine also just laid off a ton of people, and Sports Illustrated basically shut down last week. Pretty much the entire digital media ecosystem.
Without Sports Illustrated.
Why did Sports Illustrated shut down?
80-year-old women in swimsuits and throw them on the front cover and wonder why we have to lay people off. Crazy.
That was one of the problems that Sports Illustrated faced. Like, they forgot who their marketplace was. It's like Bud Light. Like Bud Light, there's a consumer base for Bud Light. And I get it. You know, you want to be in public. I'm somebody, I have a different personality and taste than a lot of other people. But hypothetically speaking, if I'm a lawyer that serves divorce clients, let me find a better example.
Yeah, I mean, Vince McMahon just...
Someone help me. Someone help me here.
Yeah.
If I'm a lawyer that's serving a certain type of clientele.
I mean, Vince McMahon just more or less admitted to, in a threesome, to defecate in somebody's face while in...
Oh my God, Niklas, where
how? Are you not familiar with this one?
How?
It's maybe more like a 10 more minute story.
Well, let's wait till the end of this, and then we'll get back to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because like Danny's face, like disappearing from the screen, like faster than the speed of light. That was a quick camera off, by the way. Very impressed. Remarkably impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's just, we shall proceed.
That myself and a lot of other millennial journalists came up in has been completely hollowed out. And it's not just digital media sites. Local news.
Millennial journalist.
Hollowed out like her soul.
I am a millennial journalist. Millennial. Give me my tagline, millennial.
News has been obliterated. The newspaper industry is cratering. Radio is essentially dead, aside from NPR, which has been gutted.
Who buys newspapers or listens to standard radio? Ian, do not answer this question. I know your car. I know what car you drive. I know you don't have a CD player or a cassette player. I know what car you drive.
I just listen to things off my cell phone.
Yes.
I used to listen.
Also, I do have a DVD player, or a CD player. The car I grew up in didn't.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, hundreds of workers at Condé Nast, the parent company of pretty much every major magazine from GQ to Vogue to The New Yorker to Vanity Fair, are on strike because they're also facing impending layoffs. Even mainstream national media outlets owned by billionaires like the Washington Post, where I work, and The Atlantic, where I used to work, have done layoffs. If you're a young journalist today, there's almost no on-ramp to traditional journalism. Even if you do get a job, journalists' salaries have been stagnant and even declined. And by the way, we don't make that much to begin with. I don't think
because which point do you want to hit?
It's been known for forever that traditional journalism is suffering, and it's not because of any of this. It's because traditional journalism used to have a captive market for advertising. It used to be that if you wanted to advertise to hire, I don't know, a stock clerk, you had to put out an ad in the local newspaper, and that cost thousands of dollars. But now you can do that for free on Craigslist. So people post the ads on Craigslist instead of in the newspaper, because why the hell are they going to spend $2,000 to advertise in the newspaper when they can just do it for free? That that enhanced market. And, advertising in general, it's become so much easier to advertise than it used to be. And so newspapers are no longer the key thing. If I'm I can right now from my computer, I could buy ads on dozens of different platforms for real easy. And I don't have to call a newspaper editor to work it out. I can just go and post an ad that'll be seen across the entire internet. Why the hell would I want to deal with traditional news media? And news media themselves has said, you know what? We're going to hand our advertising management over to Google, etc., because Google does a better job at it than they do. They recognize that.
That's the point. It's the Google part. It's the fact that there's a different place to get this.
But the thing, it's not even that it's a different place to get the news. It's that the advertising is better handled and you get a better everything out of everything. So this whole thing about, like, we've all known that journalism, like in the traditional format, was going to suffer. And we've seen that it's being replaced by things like, CoffeeZilla does some of the best journalism you will find on the planet. And he's not traditional media. He's guy with a, guy with a platform. So why the hell would anybody want to, why would anybody want to deal with their crap? But, there's no on-ramp. Yeah, no kidding. There's no on-ramp because the whole ship is sinking. Like, yeah.
Maybe there should have never been an on-ramp for traditional media, for news media. If you're going to be reporting on the news, should you not also be engaged in investigative journalism? The death of the traditional media framework is all due to them not doing their jobs. I'm sorry. That's what it is. It's a lack of integrity and journalistic ethics on top of a inability to actually go out and do investigative journalism, which is why we all tuned in. That's why we all wanted to watch, because you would find out things like someone tapping underneath a bathroom stall, and you would find things out, people who know, right? You would hear things. That's why James O'Keefe is so successful, even though his entire company was co-opted. He's still successful today because he's actually going out there and investigating. And that's what people want to see. And as soon as investigative journalism resorted to copy and paste whatever the New York Times was posting, that was the death of journalism there. It has nothing. I mean, even if you'd have kept all the technology the same, no one would tune in.
But it started before that too, because the other part is, it's not just that. It's
I have to go because it's 4 a.m. in the morning here, and I really have to go to sleep.
Go to sleep, Niklas. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you for being here, my friend. I very much appreciate the presence, the contributions, and all of the laughs. And honestly, your laugh is one of the most therapeutic. There it is. One of the most therapeutic things I've ever heard in my entire life.
For you who don't watch me tomorrow on the Gutierrez trial, every Saturday and every Tuesday at noon, something that's whatever. But I really need to go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
Friday.
Go to sleep.
Go bye.
Yeah. Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. And everybody else, do all the subscriptions.
Niklas Starow, Trial Watch. Please go check him out. I will post, when I wrap, I'll post the description of the video. But
he was very drunk.
Well, the whole I have to go in the private chat is great. I love it. It's amazing. Niklas is a great guy. Honestly, probably one of the most positive people that has one of the funniest senses of humor I've ever heard in my life on YouTube. So we were talking about how these platforms, well, let's let Taylor continue to, I guess, dig. Yes, dig. Keep digging. We are not halfway through yet, Ian, and we are up to like 30 jump cuts. Like, there's all the jump cuts.
Oh, I know. I'm planning on going through this on Monday too. It's like,
I know, and there is enough to go around.
People understand how bad the world would be without journalists. And let me just preface this by saying, for people that don't know my background, I did not go to journalism school. I built my own audience on the internet. I came from outside journalism and started as a blogger. And
you've seen the what is it? You've seen the
Silver Spoon, baby.
Yeah.
You know the Wayback Machine?
Oh,
go ahead, Ian. Go.
Have you seen
Ian,
the Simpsons thing with imagine a world without lawyers and everyone dancing around? It's like, Imagine a world without journalists.
Exactly. That was the most untrue thing she said in this entire video, is that the world would be a scarier place without journalists. In fact, the world would be a much safer, happier place without journalists. Journalists serve a purpose when they're doing their jobs, but when they're not doing their jobs, they resort to clickbait, which is exactly what she's done her entire career. It's the only way she makes money, and that's all she's ever known. So of course she can relate to the death of traditional media, because that's how she's grifted her way into fame. So and screw you, Taylor Lorenz.
Like a big point that, like, to piggyback off of that, is every issue does not have to be a national issue. And what you have is you have major media corporations that are looking for this viral content, right? They're looking for the virality or something that's like a big thing that's going to hit a lot of clicks. And what they do is they take something that happens in a town and they say, well, that doesn't work the way it's actually factually drafted. What if we changed the words and we made it appear like it was a far-reaching problem? And then we use our national platform and say, far-reaching problem exists everywhere. And now when you do that for year on year on year on year, and you start to amass about a decade to 2 decades of that type of conduct, what you've done is you've created a nation that hates each other over issues that do not exist in their everyday life. Like, you have a divide in this country that exists between massive parts of the population. But if you actually sat down and talked to them and said, hey, does this thing that you're concerned about, does that affect your everyday life? Have you seen any of that ever in your world? No, I haven't. Okay, well, person B, who disagrees, have you seen this ever happen in your world? No, I haven't. Great, can y'all be friends? We can't, because we're told that this bigger problem exists.
Well, and Rob, you're not even talking about all of the ardent lies that have been perpetuated by mass media that have led us into wars, right? Whether that be weapons of mass destruction, babies out of their incubators, or whatever they're called. What are they called? Incubators, or the Gulf of Tonkin incident. All of that happened. All of that happened and was perpetuated by the media, and they knew it was false. They knew it was false. The media, the mass media establishment in general, okay, traditional media has been co-opted by our government for so long in order to spread yellow news, in order to spread yellow form propaganda. And so it's like, at this point, the death to the media, I'm fine with. What I'm not okay with is the death to our freedom of speech and death to the First Amendment, which protects actual journalists who go in there and report on actual problems in this country and are constantly pulled out of community meetings, pulled out of meetings that are open to the public, not granted access to the courts, not granted access to events that actually matter to people, where decisions are being made that influence and impact people directly. That bothers me. This whole Taylor Lorenz bit, this to me is evident. The fact that even we're talking about it, that she still has some kind of platform, is evidence of people's inability to prioritize issues as a direct result of the way the media has presented issues to the American public.
It wasn't her. So, and to piggyback off of that, I love what you said. And one of the things that I wanted to emphasize when you were saying that was the ability for people to converse and disagree and do so respectfully. You have 3 lawyers on this channel right now who will, I imagine, if we put into a room and tossed a bucket of issues just in the middle of the floor, like just issues written on a piece of paper.
Where would you find this bucket?
Picked up one issue and we read it out loud and we all gave an opinion. They'd all be different. And we would argue those opinions and we would be able to do so respectfully, but we would leave that room with the same level of respect for one another as we had entering the room. And the ability to have that dialogue, I will go back to this, I think, until a new argument replaces it. The debate that I had with Ian Runkle about Google Maps, don't say it, Ian, I swear to God, don't say it.
Wait, what?
It's a situation where I was objectively right. That's what his example is here.
Are you kidding me right now? You want to rehash
Not
this
surprising.
here? No. So to recap it, basically, dad is driving home, follows Google Maps, ends up over a ravine. That is literally taking the facts and boiling it down, way simplifying it. I go into the discussion with the understanding or with the belief that I think dad's got a case. Ian comes in 20 minutes into my discussion and takes the contrary position. Well, I was about to relay this thing neutrally, completely fair down the middle. But Ian taking the contrary position, I was like, fine, you got it. I'm going on this side. He goes on that side. It turns into an hour and a half, basically yelling match between Ian and I.
It wasn't a yelling match. We were all very polite. Also, hashtag Team Runkle.
Oh God.
So just to be clear, Runkle's position is idiot doesn't look where he's driving. Google's not liable. Your argument is Google misled idiot driver. Google is liable, right?
I'm not, and I don't think, I think idiot driver, I don't think Ian and I were, either of us said that. I think it was driver was clearly in this particular position. I think it was reasonable. He ran off that bridge. And
did he die?
Yes. And he was a father of 2 young children. It's a wrongful death case.
I take back my comment. I didn't know that.
No. And I will tell you that looking at the photos, I
apologize to his living.
The one of the cool things about the complaint was the plaintiffs on the page 1, they showed a shot of that visual of what the driver would have seen in daylight. And you could not see that the road ended.
Yeah, you can if you're actually I'm sorry, I don't buy that you can't see that the road ended.
I get it.
I saw the picture.
What was the speed? What was the speed limit?
35. It's small. Either way, here's the point. So I see the chat blowing up with Rob. You know what? That's going to go to trial, and I will wait until that trial comes back, until I dance and say I win. But it was a really contentious debate, and it went for an hour and a half, and it was supposed to be a 5-minute topic, and it ended up with Ian and I arguing adamantly and calling each other either, I didn't call you incompetent, but I said you couldn't read or something like that. And you said something bad.
I don't recall anything like that.
This was a very passionate discussion.
It was a passionate
This is getting more passionate in Rob's memory than it was at the time.
It was fun. But it was the fact that the chat was also engaged and the chat was watching us debate, knowing that we are best friends. And then we end the discussion and we can still joke about it.
Sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time.
Where is that in public discourse anymore?
It doesn't exist. And it's really a damn shame because we've resorted to ad hominem attacks and nobody talks actual policy. No one talks policy implications. I don't think, frankly, people are smart enough to talk policy anymore. And I don't mean that to be rude to the vast majority of Americans. I'm amongst them. What I mean to say is that the actual IQ statistics, have you looked at the IQ statistics of young people coming out of COVID?
No.
5-point drop. Overall average, 5-point drop in IQ. That's huge. That is extremely significant. That's the difference between a functional member of society and someone who's more likely to end up in prison, statistically speaking. Okay. These are serious topics. And if people, there's low ball humor, there's low class humor, and then there's high grade humor. And I don't think people have the capacity to engage in high grade humor, high grade discussions without attacking one another, without taking personal offense to things. We have made becoming a victim heroic in a sense. And so if I can say, oh, you hurt my feelings, then I automatically win. And that's not how you engage in a civil discussion, a civil debate. But that is what, and then on top of that, we've outlawed certain topics of discussion altogether. If you talk about this, then you automatically mean this. But the media created all of that. And I agree with you 100%.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the biggest point is the reason FNF has, and I think will always be a show where multiple people go and debate and have discussions over topics of the week is because of that. I want people to learn and see that, yes, this happens. We can have these massive debates. We can disagree. We can argue. We can agree. All these things can occur and we can still be like fast friends. Like you don't have to have one or the other. You don't have to buy what they're selling you. They're selling you that it's my way or no way at all. It's a fucking joke. And when you listen to
entered into legacy journalism,
this person who I'm sorry for the hang on, bad pause. Savage Eyes. I will say EDB made the comment earlier. The eyelashes, solid. Mascara, nice work. Great.
That's sarcasm, right? That's sarcasm.
Everything.
Let's not get into her appearance
that she is saying. That's fine. Not appearance.
Let's just leave her appearance alone.
That's fair. That's fair.
We may, yeah.
No, I'm going to attack her appearance because here's the thing. She put zero effort into what she's saying, zero effort into thinking about anything she does, including her makeup, including her hair, including her general appearance. The way that she is appearing is the way that she reports on journalism and the way that she reports on anything, which is garbage. I'm sorry, not sorry. That's all.
Okay, that's fair. That actually wasn't an attack on her. That I appreciate the fact that you attacked. Yes, good job. This is a person whose family legacy like owns the Wayback Machine. Like, so if you look for Taylor Lorenz on the Wayback Machine, like the archive, Internet Archive, you're not going to find it. Everything about her is wiped. So if you go to her Twitter history, everything about Twitter history, gone. So
I do that too every once in a while.
Yeah. There's some hypocrisy.
System that I have been incredibly critical of pretty much my entire career. So I'm definitely not some mainstream media defender. And I think
this deserves a pause. I am definitely not some mainstream media defender. Let's see.
She totally is.
Let's go through some of her recent articles, shall we? How about this one? I like this one.
Do you? Because that makes
no. I like this for my purposes. Who won the Depp Heard trial? Content creators went all in. Influencers discovered there's money and clout to be made in covering breaking news. Influencers, content creators.
So she's attacking us.
Yeah.
She's attacking herself. Is that what she's doing?
Well,
she just said she didn't go to journalism school, although she really should have.
And then her editors attacked her.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, worry, okay, I'll shut up now. Yay.
The first
Don't worry, she doesn't actually go to school. That's not her thing.
I know. The first published version of this story stated incorrectly that internet influencers Alita Mashaka, Legal Bites, and That Umbrella Guy had been contacted for comment before publication. In fact, only Mashaka was asked via Instagram. After the story was published, the post continued to seek comment from Mashaka via social media and queried That Umbrella Guy for the first time. During that process, the post removed the incorrect statement from the story, but did not note its removal, a violation of our corrections policy. The story has been updated to note that Mashaka declined to comment for this story, and that the Umbrella Guy could not be reached for comment. By the way, Alita's comment in response was far funnier than that. It literally called Taylor out and said, "Hey, looking through my DMs, but I don't see your name anywhere." A previous version of the story was also inaccurately attributed to a quote to Adam Waldman, a lawyer for Johnny Depp. The quote described how he contacted some internet influencers and has been removed. So Ms. Mainstream Media, who writes for the Washington Post on June 2nd, just 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, You want to talk about how you defend mainstream? When the verdict came down in Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial Wednesday afternoon, thousands of online influencers scrambled to respond. Twitch streamers reacted to the news in real time. YouTubers posted analysis videos. Instagram meme accounts joked and celebrated Depp's win. TikTokers broke down the most meaningful moments from the decision. The videos and memes were just the latest in a tidal wave of content about a trial that dominated the internet for much of the past 2 months. In this new landscape, every big news event becomes an opportunity to amass followers, money, and clout. And the Depp Heard trial showed how the creator-driven news ecosystem can influence public opinion based on platform incentives. Really? Incentives. I want you to keep that in mind. Keep what she just said in mind. Please put it in your brain. Platform incentives. And her use of it in this article. Because we're going to continue. This entire article is an attack on the content creators that covered it.
The rise of citizen journalism on apps like TikTok, Instagram, and elsewhere has overwhelmingly been a positive thing. The journalist.
I have another interjection. This one's going to take me a second. Hang on, Taylor, where are you? Why can't I search my own thing? Because Taylor Lorenz, citizen journalist, also did a lovely... You know what? I'm going to keep playing, and then I'm going to... Ian, can you see the play button on there? If you can pause it. Can you see it?
Yep.
Hit play, pause when appropriate. I'm searching for this thing.
The journalism industry is overrun with elite, underqualified, rich, entitled Nepo babies, okay? And that part of it...
Yep.
Is she not?
She's a Nepo baby.
Yeah, she is the Nepo baby. She just wants to tell you that she's not.
How could someone lack such introspection? How could someone be so oblivious?
She works very hard at it. She practices every day, and she masters the art.
I'm actually broken. Like I genuinely, that level of stupid has actually, like, 404 errors everywhere in my brain right now.
It's disconnect. It's just like disconnect. Like, what's happening?
Wow. Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
she's special.
Is terrible. But that's not most journalists. And the majority of journalists losing their jobs in situations like this are the working journalists that are doing these investigations of police brutality, or investigating corporations, or holding power to account, or doing really thoughtful, brilliant cultural commentary. I don't want to...
So, and then there's her who just gets trials wrong.
Or the mass media who still propagated lies about the multiple trials, not just one, multiple trials.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't have jobs.
Where all of the news is delivered through 60-second TikTok videos with retention editing. And I think there's a ton of...
Pause.
Was that a joke? Was that a joke?
It's got to be a joke because...
This is retention editing.
Right. That's a joke.
No, it's not. It's not.
It isn't.
Because if it were a joke, that'd be clever. And I didn't want to give her that credit, but maybe it is. Maybe that was her.
No, she's just unaware of the fact that she's posting it on TikTok.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I feel like I need a glass of wine and I need to watch this on the big screen and just have a good laugh. This is great.
Wine. This is something that definitely calls for something harder than wine.
Oh.
Yeah. She's something.
Really talented journalists that are also just not great like social media people. I think of some of my friends who are journalists who do really deep investigations or local reporting or sit through hour-long city council meetings to, you know, hold some local politician to account. That's really important work, and it's work that somebody should pay for, and it's
then go ahead and do it. Here's the thing. You've never done that work, and also there just isn't the market for it right now. Like, if you're saying somebody should pay for it, go ahead and do it. You could super chat the fuck out of that person. Like, hey, just show up every time they do a live stream about their local politician and, you know, drop a hundo on them. They'll be there. Like, they'll keep posting. They'll keep doing it. But you don't do that. You just want somebody else to do it out of their pocket.
Trying to find it.
Almost like she wants to capitalize on the labor of others without actually justly compensating them because she feels entitled to their labor.
Because hang on, I'm searching, but this is the
search faster.
No, this is
search harder.
Response. Y'all who remember it. Hold on, looks like you dropped this right before asking for contact info for citizen journalists covering the FTX developments.
Oh no.
Taylor Lorenz, not a single person who uses the phrase, quote, citizen journalism has even a remedial understanding of the media landscape. I'm sorry. They sound like some get off my lawn troll from 2009. Hogue responds, Taylor's right. Journalists are, in fact, just citizens themselves, equally capable of being as wrong or right as other human beings. It's important to treat them and every other source of, quote, news you might see as such. So this comment that she made was something I screenshotted because the one that she deleted that's just above this was looking for all you citizen journalists talking about FTX bankruptcy, would love to talk to you.
Because she wanted to get other people's work and yeah.
I mean, we plagiarize ourselves and we plagiarize other attorneys all the time, but at least we're honest about it.
Oh, yeah. I will very clearly say when I have gotten content or information from a prior stream of somebody else that I follow. Hell, I'll ask permission to restream either you, Dani, or you, Ian, or somebody else. I
was talking about like our actual day jobs, like our drafting. But yes,
drafting?
Yes, YouTube
we
as
do
well.
All the time.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
When was this?
Unbelievable. Believable. No, I take it back. It is believable because she just, again, it's that absolute lack of self-awareness, just complete lack. Okay, you know what she reminds me of? When we're all done, you have my permission, speaking of stealing content, to show the video of my dog who doesn't understand that a mirror is not another dog, that is in fact himself, and he keeps bringing toys to the mirror thinking that the mirror will play with him. That's what Taylor Lorenz is.
That is super cute though.
It is really cute though. And it's really cute. But that's Taylor Lorenz.
But that's a lot cuter than what
I thought it was going to be that the dog keeps attacking the mirror, but you're like, no, the dog keeps bringing toys to the mirror to play with. I'm like, aw.
It is so cute. It's so cute. But yeah, Taylor Lorenz is like that person who stares at the mirror and goes, you SOB, how dare you do this to me?
It's how dare you do this to me because I've deleted my past. It's the past tweets being deleted. Everything keep going because there's another clip after this one that is have you seen the new one?
You took it down.
Work that's not rewarded by these social media algorithms.
No, she posted another one of these.
If everyone could become independent journalists, but the economics are just not there. It's really, really hard by these social meetings to, hold some local politician to account. That's really important work, and it's work that somebody should pay for, and it's work that's not rewarded by these social media algorithms.
False.
You know what it's also not rewarded by? non-social media, because they're like, local journalism is dying because you can't sell it to more than like,
Well,
oh,
hang on. False. Because the article I just pulled up said that social media algorithms were paying for content from people that were like watching a trial, and that they shouldn't get the money, but the mainstream media should. But then she's like, but social media algorithms don't pay for this type of content. You don't get to have it both ways. Like, you can't say, woe is me, big company, can't make money. Oh, am I making sense? I'm frustrated. I'm angry.
No, you're making sense.
But I do appreciate the stock footage that she adds, like to emphasize the point that, I'm totally not a mainstream media.
Also, plagiarizing content again.
I
mean, it wouldn't have killed her to get some footage of her walking around with a camera somewhere. I don't know, maybe outside the front door of someone else.
Her apartment? Like, never mind.
Someone else on Twitter. Yeah. Maybe some video footage of that. She could have inserted that. Sorry, I'm going to shut up. I'm obviously a little too pissed off.
All of us are frustrated.
Become independent journalists, but the economics are just not there. It's really, really hard to amass a subscriber base and then retain that subscriber base over time when you're doing investigative work. And that
Muffin.
Oh, honey.
That is the biggest effing lie I've ever heard in my. You wouldn't know. But she wouldn't know because she's never done it. Of course. Of course she would say that. She wouldn't know.
Muffin.
Oh, sweetheart. Oh, honey. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, I'm so mad. So mad. This is just so insulting. Do you know how many hours I spent with my viewers reading through the Epstein documents? Okay. And guess what? Those are my highest viewed videos on my channel. And do you know why? Because they matter. Because people want to know. People want to actually read and investigate and actually do investigation. So she is so full of shite.
The Take Care of Maya recaps I did. The Take Care of Maya recaps that a lot of you folks that are new viewers to the channel, by the way, the 2,400 of you watching, please like the video and subscribe. Please consider doing that. The Take Care of Maya recaps, that was intimate breakdowns of the day-to-day trial. And that gained subscribers. That's why this channel is over 200,000 subscribers. I mean, if y'all just going to abandon me, fine. That's okay. That's cool. That's fine. I mean, don't, because we still have more to cover. But this notion is just a joke. It just means you haven't actually tried.
I mean, it is hard to.
It is. Yes.
It is hard to build a following.
It really is.
But it's hard to build anything, right? It's hard to build a reputation in journalism. It's really easy to blow one. Taylor Lorenz here is great at that. It's.
And Dani, your channel has grown little bits, but I see a lot of very, very dedicated. You have found a community. Like, that's the cool thing. The people that are watching, and I've tuned in to the coverage of the Daybell stuff. It was Daybell. Oh God, the Ruby Frankie, that coverage killed me. I could only watch some of it because it drove me nuts.
Well, that's even Maya. I can't watch the Taking Care of Maya content.
And that's the thing.
Even though it's amazing and it's so necessary, it's just way too triggering for me.
It's really hard. And then the other one that we were watching that you were introducing me to the other day was what was that trial? With the nanny? No.
Oh, the missing mom trial where
the missing mom trial.
We're
still in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is so cool to watch the people that are going to cover and watch your coverage of that trial, because every time I'm in that chat, I see a lot of familiar faces, which I love. Absolutely love seeing that. But they're ride or die. Like the idea that Taylor Lorenz is right here saying, you cannot build a community, blah, blah, blah. You cannot do this. Yeah, right. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you can.
Mm-hmm.
If you do it right, they'll be ride or die. And if you cover that trial, if you cover those trials, they ain't gonna leave.
Rob, I'm going to disagree with you just for one moment, if I may.
Please.
I don't think that Taylor Lorenz could build the type of community or channel that you have built with your subscriber base, or Runkle. And I think the reason for that is obviously she lacks the talent that both of you possess. She has zero personality that is enjoyable. She has an inflection that sounds like nails on a chalkboard. She is just generally an unpleasant person. And I don't think, regardless of how hard she worked, regardless of what effort she put into it, she simply isn't you two and is just not as good as either of you. So if you guys haven't already, please leave a like on this video, because this is just demonstrative of the good work that Rob has put into his channel, and you guys are reaping the benefit of it down in the chat. I see it. You guys have such a wonderful camaraderie, and it's a direct result of your hard work.
Danny, that is so sweet. So sweet. Thank you.
The other thing, and this is where journalism has really fallen on its face, is that journalism has for a long time relied on being able to hire people who went to journalism school or nothing, as in the case of Ms. Lorenz. The problem is that now they're competing on all of these topics, and the reason why people don't want to watch Taylor Lorenz is because she doesn't know what she's talking about. She has a broad sphere of ignorance that she can apply to anything, but she doesn't have any areas of competence. And so, like, if I want to follow, like, watching Taking Care of Maya, I can watch Rob and see a lawyer. I can also watch other channels that were covering it with, like, doctors talking about it and psychologists. And I could, like, you know, if I want to figure out how to fix my shotgun,
you could watch Daybell and see a lawyer and a former member of the Church of Latter-day Saints explaining it.
If I want to know how to, like, if I want to learn how to load my shotgun better, like for speed drills, I can watch, like, Lena Michalek, showing me how to do it. Who I can tell you, if I live 1,000 years and finally learn to shoot as well as she does now, I would be proud of myself. For any topic, I can watch experts. So why would I watch some chuckle fuck who's getting it wrong? And I checked the time before I said that.
I know you did. Can I
just
say that Dani finished this lovely, sweet sentiment, and it was Ian was like, I have bottled. Dani is done speaking. Appropriate time lapse. Explode.
Well, because
it was just, oh baby, there it comes. We were waiting for it, bud.
Like, for all of these topics, I have watched news reporter after news reporter after news reporter cover court cases and get it confidently
wrong,
elaborately wrong.
Wrong.
I've told the story before that I walked out of a trial at one point, got to my office, got on the computer and was like, I got 30 minutes before my client shows up. I'm going to read some news stories. And I was reading about this court case and I went, man, that's messed up. Until I realized it was the trial I had just finished. And the only reason I knew it was the trial I just finished, they left my name out of it, but they mentioned my client's name. And I went, precisely none of this is correct. And in fact, It was so wrong that I didn't recognize it until I saw my client's name.
Wow.
They had the charges wrong. They had the facts wrong. They had every single detail wrong. And I went, why would I continue to read this person? What does this person bring to the table other than not knowing what the hell they're talking about? You know, somebody was assaulted. What are the elements of assault? You know how many times I see people saying, oh, this guy was charged with, assault with a deadly weapon. Well, cool. But you happen to be in Canada where that is not actually a charge known to law. Was it just assault with a weapon? Because that's known to law. Was there aggravated assault? That's also known to law. Like if somebody was stabbed, that would be an aggravated assault. Was it an attempted murder? Like what the are you talking? I shouldn't have to read, like when I read in the news and I read the list of charges, I shouldn't be like, what the hell are they talking about? What is this? Because if a lawyer can't read the news and understand what the charges are, then I can guarantee you the public is also not understanding it. They just might, unfortunately be of the view that the journalist is not completely full of crap. And so like Taylor Lorenz, you offer nothing to anything.
Read Robin's comment, and then we're going to get back on track, and we're going to take a deep breath, a calming breath, Ian.
That's a very good point, though, Ian. I really appreciate
it's a remark. You drove it. You drove it home. I promise you, Ian, you drove it home.
You know what? I will yield that Taylor Lorenz probably could do some important coverage on what it's like being born into wealth and yet somehow finding the ability to complain all of the goddamn time.
Yep.
She would be an expert in that, but I'm waiting for her to write that story, and she's not there yet. But one day.
Robin's comment, for those of you who are not looking at the screen, there are legal cases. I will go to Dani first. Same with Rob or Ian or Uncivil or EDB. They all have different expertise, and I appreciate it. Parentheses. And I have been practicing law for over 40 years. End parentheses. That's exactly the point. Like, that's why I love that y'all are here. And that's why I keep pushing people to go and listen to the other opinions. Please do. We're going to differ in opinions. And this opinion being expressed on screen is going to frustrate a lot of people. But I will remind myself, I'm going to remind myself of this. A while back, someone watching the stream made a comment to me about something I said about one of the people that I was covering, a lawyer, Howard Hunter. And the comment was very illustrative. It said that, you were talking about him in a way that your chat is not allowed to talk about people on stream. And I thought that was a fair criticism. I'm not going to talk about Taylor Lorenz in a way that my chat, like harassing, talking about her. No personal attacks.
Chat, if you're in my stream and you want to call her that,
fair.
Then I will.
That's fair. And that's fair.
She's also open season on my chat.
It's completely fair. But my chat, like the thing is, my chat's used to this, like where we can criticize what's being said, but I try and I fail a lot. I do. I'm trying to remind myself to be better. Like the better angel up here is being like, hey, Rob, there's a lot of ammo here and there's a lot to go after, but we're gonna try and.
I mean, the thing is, at this point, we're just insulting her competence.
It's the competence.
The problem is that it's impossible to describe her competence level without being insulting.
And there's a level of hypocrisy. So we have to listen to the rest of this one, and then I have 2 or 3 articles to pull up. So we have to listen to it. Listen.
That's if you don't get sued out of existence, by the way, after you publish the first critical story of a billionaire. And
I chose the wrong part to restart that.
So I'm covering the lawsuit on Monday because she's getting sued for defamation.
It's not a billionaire either.
It's not a billionaire. It's like an actual journalist. It's somebody who does much closer to actual journalism than she has ever even read in her life.
Yeah, it's a content creator. So this was one of those statements where it was like, I'm sorry, Taylor.
She accused somebody of leaking the name of somebody whose name shouldn't be leaked. So, yeah, that's going to trial.
Mm-hmm.
May she lose, and may she lose hard.
Well,
Also,
she lost
enough.
the MTD. She lost the MTD, which that's half the game in New York.
And the thing is I hope she loses hard enough that
oh, and she's individually sued.
Oh yeah. And the thing is I would be petty and spiteful in this. If I sued her and got more money than she has, which maybe, I would seek the court to turn over her social media accounts. Like, hey, your TikTok, Taylor Lorenz, has value. I want it. Your corporation, like whatever corporation you're using to run your social media, has value. I want it.
Yep.
I want all of the IP for your back videos.
Yep.
And I'm going to cut them together to mock you for the rest of time.
Yeah. So she got sued not by a billionaire, but by a creator that she
That's brilliant.
Allegedly slashed.
She's been accused of defaming.
Defamation. Pretty solid. I mean, Ari's got a good case. I like the case. And
yep.
It survived motion to dismiss. It's going to trial. So that'll be fun. So when she says this comment with a little bit of a sneer.
By the way, I want to clarify for legal reasons. When I said open season, that is not a threat. I was speaking generally verbally. As a joke. You're all welcome to come and make jokes about Taylor Lorenz on my channel.
I mean, First Amendment is free, like period. And
they don't actually offer seasons for people
for legal reasons.
I know.
You can't get tags for people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Rubber base and then retain.
Wait, so when she gets to the sued by a billionaire, just if you wouldn't mind taking a quick look at her facial expression.
That subscriber
you know who I think she's referring to?
Doing investigation.
Pause. I think she's referring to the Hulk Hogan lawsuit. Do you remember that one?
Tell me.
So Hulk Hogan sued Gawker, and Gawker got taken out of business. Yeah. This was the case of Belia versus Gawker. And you know what Gawker did?
It's a good suit.
Gawker published his sex tape.
Yep. It was a good lawsuit.
Gawker has also put up, so this is basically revenge porn.
Yeah.
Gawker was asked, they were asked like when they wouldn't publish a sex tape. And they said something like the cutoff was like age 11 or something like that.
Excuse me?
Gawker had...
In what country is that the age of consent?
No, it's not. It's not. That's the point.
It's not.
Ian's making
They basically said that they would, or sorry, I got it wrong. I just looked it up. Quoting off of Wikipedia here, where I looked it up, the court was shown a tape deposition where Delario said that he would consider a celebrity sex tape non-newsworthy if the subject was under the age of not 11.
4?
4.
Oh my God. Okay. Where's Chris Hansen? Someone call up Chris Hansen. We need to take a seat. Are you freaking kidding me?
That's Gawker.
And so Gawker ceased to exist because
that
quite
lawsuit
frankly,
was one of the most righteous lawsuits that ever existed for defamation purposes.
Yeah,
and it was a hacked video that they obtained,
and it was funded by Peter Thiel, a billionaire. And the reason why he funded it was because Gawker published an article outing him as gay. Now, when did they publish it? They waited until he was in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Which is pretty close to putting a hit out on a dude.
Death warrant. Yeah, that's a death
warrant.
Right?
That's disgusting.
So, I mean, if I was a billionaire and somebody like pulled that on me, I would be doing the legal equivalent of walking into their office with a can of gasoline.
Well, and
which is what he did, and good for him.
Talk about that brings up the point of BuzzFeed, HuffPost, Vox, all these, and Taylor, to her credit, she gets to that. So listen to the billionaire comment and look at the facial reaction.
Creative work. And that's if you don't get sued out of existence, by the way, after you publish the first critical story of a billionaire. And I will admit,
it wasn't
a lot
a critical
of these
story.
media
It
companies
just
have
said he was
accelerated
gay.
their own demise. They ignored the internet for years. They're condescending to.
We have to make it through this.
Taylor Lorenz, if you're saying that pointing out someone as gay is a critical comment,
we have to get through this.
You're showing your belly here. I just feel like your audience should be aware of this. And if people happen to post this on her,
Ian, you are assuming you're making a logical leap. The logical leap you're making is that she's speaking specifically about Gawker,
which she
has not. But she has not given you that. You are making a leap.
At
least acknowledge that.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Acknowledge the leap. Continuing on.
Content creators and people outside their mainstream ecosystem. They constantly kowtow to corporate and political power. They have these false and deluded.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep playing.
No, you didn't. You didn't. This is where I get to interrupt. Growing number of apps help automate pro-Israel activism online. The apps raise questions for tech platforms over, quote, citizen-led propaganda campaigns, experts say, by Taylor Lorenz, January 25th of 2024. So this was yesterday's article. This was yesterday's article.
If it's citizen-led, it's not propaganda. Excuse me. It's not propaganda if it's citizen-led. If it's
just
from
opinions.
The bottom up, it's not propaganda. It's antithetical. It's the exact opposite of the definition of propaganda.
I will just let people read the words that she published yesterday.
Published is a little generous, isn't it?
Well, it's on the Washington Post website. It's published.
I would have gone with more like excreted.
Supporters of as the war rages on, both sides battle for support and public attention. Supporters of Israel are making use of tools that allow them to mass report pro-Palestinian content as violating a platform's rules. Well, that sentence in itself seems a little bit slanted. Like, are there reporting data on both sides? I don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. This article does not tell you what it's slanted and it's drafting. The tools also generate AI written suggestion responses to the posts online, allowing users to flood the comments of pro-Palestinian posts with pro-Israeli. Well, that's a position.
The tools also generate AI written suggested responses. Which tools?
Like if you're typing a reply on Twitter,
yeah, so like autofill.
Yeah, autofill
on your texting
on your phone.
Oh, okay. So it's not the platform's tool; it's your phone's mechanism, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
she's wrong about that too. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. Experts who study communication online say the widespread use of such tools influences the online discussion of the war and is ushering in a new era of citizen-led propaganda campaigns. Huh. Does that sound anything similar to any of her prior writing that we just pulled up? Like just a bit. Like,
I mean,
maybe
writing
she
is still being generous.
like took a paragraph, pulled it over, and was like, how do I switch the words around? But the use of the tools do not appear to violate platform rules against what's known as, quote, coordinated inauthentic behavior, or posts that appear to come from unrelated individuals, but are really the result of an organized effort, often through automated accounts.
Then it's an authentic effort because it's authentic by authenticated individual accounts. People are just pissed off, and I'm sorry that it doesn't go in your favor. She is the kind. Are we sure she's not a CIA plant? You know that the CIA was like,
wouldn't the CIA be competent?
They wouldn't pick this. Researchers say it is difficult to determine which comments have been generated by such tools because there's no way to publicly track a user's private activity across multiple apps. Which researchers are you referring to? Are you talking to Boozy? Just, that's my question, because you don't give a site. I have no reference for this. I have no foundation for what you're writing an article.
Called just making shit up. This is like what I used to do in like my undergrad when I had to meet a page limit, right? Or a word requirement. I'm like just making shit up and throwing it in the middle, and no one reads it, and I know no one reads it. That's how you get a 4.0 in college, folks.
Here's the other thing. This is what passes for journalism at the Washington Post. There's also no way to know with precision that actions taken against someone's account or posts are in response to an activity from these apps. Anecdotally, some users report how many, which, and from where, that after their Instagram and TikTok posts were mentioned on the apps, the posts were either removed or heavily downranked, making them less accessible to a large audience. That is a very large statement. Like, we're going to do that anecdotally?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Well, I mean, actually getting any evidence would be journalism.
Wait, could you read that one more time? I'm so sorry.
Anecdotally, some users report that after their Instagram and TikTok posts were mentioned on the apps, the posts were either removed or heavily downranked, making them less accessible to a large audience.
Okay.
Oh, we have one source. I've had many posts taken down. I'd say upwards of 15 to 20 posts removed. Well, there's context here. How many posts are we talking about? Out of 100, out of 1,000, out of 50, out of 25? That's a very different number, said NYS, a content creator who posts on TikTok under the handle Palestinian Princess, and spoke on the condition that she be referred to by first name only because she's worried about repercussions when traveling the West Bank.
So
we're now
people's identity matters.
And this is now where we are. But we're going to use full name here. Laura Chung, a content creator and podcaster, said that she believes a mass reporting campaign facilitated by one of the apps is what led to her TikTok account being removed in December. I was creating pro-Palestine content. So Taylor Lorenz is all about this is the person who is anti-establishment. Like, she
notions of objectivity, which by the way doesn't.
Oh, we're about to get there. She just said that she is not a shill for the mainstream media. Not at all. I have spoken against mainstream media. I hate them.
They ignored the internet for years. They're condescending to content creators and people outside their mainstream ecosystem. A lot of these traditional media companies have a billion of existence, by the way, after you publish the first critical story of a billion.
And pause, deep breath, listen, Here we go.
And I will admit, a lot of these traditional media companies have accelerated their own demise. They ignored the internet for years. They're condescending to content creators and people outside their mainstream ecosystem. They constantly kowtow to corporate and political power. They have these false and deluded notions of objectivity, which by
Rob, don't hit pause. Keep going. I have muted myself, okay? I am practicing self-restraint, and I'm at now 13 hours of streaming all day. So don't tempt me. Keep going. Oh, never mind.
If you didn't share a recap video of 2023, did it even happen? January 1 by Taylor Lorenz. Year-end recap videos became popular with high-profile content creators and now with average users. In yearly recap videos, you or your friends, cousins, or people you barely knew string together dozens of videos and photos from the past 12 months, often set to the beat of a trending audio track. This new year, they've become an online phenomenon, allowing users an outlet to reflect while also generating anxiety and pressure among young people to commodify their lives into viral content.
Oh,
the
come
trend
on.
also shows how the content formats and behavior of professional influencers are increasingly being adopted by average users. Oh, Taylor, don't forecast, honey. Don't forecast. Here's the thing. You wrote this on January 1st. It's now January 26th. This is too early for you to be doing exactly what you wrote about on January 1st.
No, it's not.
I think this phenomenon strongly relates to the sentiment that if you didn't post it, is it even real? Says Jules, not our Jules, Turpek, a content creator who makes videos about digital culture. People not only have to document their years for others, but for their future selves to take in the significance of the year. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is that one should romanticize their life, be the main character, and treat life like a movie have become commonplace on TikTok. So it's no surprise that users would begin regurgitating their memories into cinematic highlight reels. We've democratized being a content creator where now even your aunt is posting an app-downloaded slideshow of videos that summarized her year. My gosh, we have democratized being a content creator. The freaking travesty.
way doesn't exist. And they push when you're doing investigative work. And that's if you don't get sued out of existence, by the way, after you publish the first critical story of a billionaire. And I will admit, a lot of these traditional media companies have accelerated their own demise. They ignored the internet for years. They're condescending to content creators and people outside their mainstream ecosystem. They constantly kowtow to corporate and political power. They have these false and deluded notions of objectivity, which, by the way, doesn't exist. And
Taylor Lorenz meet receipts. Oddly enough, also created by Taylor Lorenz.
Let's see them.
No, that was it. Like we went through them. Her own articles. Her own articles. And that was like what, 3 or 4? And we have a whole nother video. Hang on. Gotta get through this one.
They push a lot of really racist.
Wait, Dani, say what?
Did she say the delusion of objectivity?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Just making sure.
She at least acknowledged it.
Sexist, regressive crap. But that's not even why a lot of them are going out of business. A lot of them are going out of business fundamentally because the economics of the media ecosystem are broken. Most news companies used to monetize by advertising, and those ad dollars have been completely subsumed by Facebook and Google and tech giants. I don't really know where that leads us other than a pretty dire place where there's really no check on corporate and political power in this country.
Are you a fucking idiot? I'm sorry. I am sorry. Google...
Never be sorry for speaking the truth, Rob.
Google
That's an excited utterance.
Google took ad dollars and they said, ad dollars, here's the thing. We realize that newspapers are defunct and people don't really trust mainstream media anymore. So what we're going to do
Google didn't even say any of this. They just said there's money in advertising. We're going to compete in that field.
And we're going to compete. And if you're
like
making
people are allowed to compete with you
that people are digesting, they can take our ad dollars. And if you lose that competition, you lose that competition.
I did write a lot about this in my book called Extremely Online. But I do.
Oh, hey, look, she's got the grift. Good for her. I wonder if she notated it. I wonder if she used like speech to text to draft that. I'm almost certain she did.
I want a signed copy. I want a signed copy so bad.
I want one really bad.
Just ask ChatGPT to print you out another copy because.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea. Extremely online. But I do think that
I suspect that's where the first copy
won't
came
realize
from.
they miss until it's gone.
No, that'd be too good.
Oh, you ready? Hang on
on her part.
Hang on. There's one more that she posted today.
48 hours, a lot.
Deep breath. Everyone breathe. Find your calming thing.
A lot of people have been cheering for the death of journalism. But the decline of journalism is already having a profound and unimaginable impact on our information ecosystem and democracy. I want to share some really important stats with you that I hope we can all think about before gloating about tens of thousands of journalists losing their jobs.
So, tone shift. Remarkable tone shift between two videos.
She was just gloating about it with us. I thought we were gloating together. Are we not gloating now?
Well, one was like very much like, oh my gosh, the downfall, and yes, social media great and all the above. And then she saw that her tweet, because the thing is, this got tweeted out and retweeted by a shitload of journalists. Hang on, let me see if I can't find it.
Oh, so her little buddies who she betrayed too, because she betrays everybody, they got upset. And so now she's coming and making a little, oh, we should defend journalists video. Is that what you're saying here, Rob?
A lot of people. God, her fucking Twitter is still locked. People were tweeting it, retweeting it, and like every media person that was her friend for the first 24 hours tweeted the hell out of it. And then every other person saw it and retweeted it and gave it the commentary that it deserves. Like, how much could you miss reality? Blah, 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 blah. And then this post came out today, 48 hours after. So the first 24 hours was, Taylor, you rock. Awesome. You're awesome. Way to go, Taylor Lorenz. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah. News media. And then the tides like very much shifted. So now you get to see a very angry Taylor Lorenz.
Oh, cute.
Who's going to lecture you.
Ooh. We all need a good lecturing.
I know. We got a little preview of it last time. Ian is going to punch something. I am looking at his body language. He is so mad. This is Ian furious, by the way. You don't see it often, but this is him furious.
An unimaginable impact on our information ecosystem and democracy. I want to share some really important stats with you that I hope we can all think about before gloating about tens of thousands of journalists losing their jobs. First of
all, oh my God, she is so fucking angry. She is so angry.
I don't care about tens of thousands of journalists, but I will gloat about you losing your job because you suck.
Solid pause frame, by the way. Solid pause frame, Rob.
Very well done.
Money. Yeah. Oh my God. So terrible.
Taxes and have less democratic engagement. Voter turnout is lower in areas without journalists and news organizations. People are less likely to vote down ballot and in midterm elections in areas with fewer news outlets. The fewer journalists covering an election, the more likely it is an incumbent will win. Political polarization among...
She's so upset.
Did you just hear what she said?
Yep.
And I believe that's statistically true, that people are less likely to vote down ballot. That's not the way that she is interpreting that doesn't mean that she's
very different.
What she is
saying
she's saying by party vote down ballot. Because when you get your
Yep.
ballot in the mail, depending on what jurisdiction you're from, you can just click at the very top, vote my party all the way down the ballot. That is what the Democrats have been pushing for years, and Republicans too, in jurisdictions where
both of them have. Yes, both have, and that's what she is saying. She is saying that mainstream media being like pushed out, and the fact that people are listening to more like content creators and off-stream media leads to them making decisions like boom, 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 boom all over the place.
They're thinking intellectually about the way that they vote. They're saying, wait a second, I don't care if he's a Democrat. I don't care if he's a Republican. I don't care if he's an independent. All I care about is the underlying policies that they are representing, that each of these candidates are representing. So I'm going to vote specifically for those people rather than voting down ballot. That is what she means by vote down the ballot, not following it to the end of the ballot, which most people don't do. Most people vote for who they care about and then submit it. She's speaking about party voting, and she's absolutely right. Where the mass media is, chaos will follow, wars, arguments, division will follow. She just proved your point, Rob.
Well, remember that thing about, and thank you, Dani, for that. Because remember that thing that we were talking about earlier? No, it's a perfect segue. Because remember that thing we were talking about earlier where I said that if I were to take someone from like party A and someone from party B, and I sat them down and actually said, this is what you believe, right? And I talked to them about it, and I brought them into the room with this other person. This is what you believe, right? And then I gave to them these headlines, the big headlines. And I said, let's like pretend that this headline isn't true. Now let's talk about the issue. Does this issue affect your life? Well, no, it doesn't. Yours? No, it doesn't. Do you hate each other? Well, yeah, because that headline. It's that. It is trying to influence mass populations based on things that affect small percentages of people. Like, it's really, really, really nasty. And listen to her say it.
First of all, cities and regions with no local news pay higher taxes and have less democratic engagement. Voter turnout is lower in areas without journalists and news organizations. People are less likely to vote down ballot and in midterm elections in areas with fewer news outlets. The fewer journalists.
Yeah, I refuse to change my mind to believe that she means down ballot. I think she means straight party voting. I think that's what she's referring to.
They are less likely to vote down ballot with less media.
Mm-hmm.
Which means they are more likely to vote down ballot with more media.
Yep. That's and not in the way that down ballot means. What she's talking about is straight party voting. That's what she's talking about. Left or right.
They say you should.
Yep.
And therefore you do.
Yep. And that's what she's talking about with voter turnout too. If the voters were actually informed on local races and local politics, people would be voting their conscience. They may not come and vote. It may not be important to them, which is the whole purpose of having a representative democracy, is that we can't all dedicate our entire lives to doing the investigative journalism that she refuses to do.
Covering an election, the more likely it is an incumbent will win. Political polarization among voters increases when newspapers shut down.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm going to need either you have data for that point or you shut the hell up. Because that is a point that is a fucking massive sticking point for me. One of the things that I fucking hate is people polarizing other people. I despise it. I really fucking do. I am a domestic relations litigator. I practice divorce law. one of the most contentious areas of law that ever could exist, where you have spouse A who despises spouse B, and they will never see eye to eye. But my job is to make them either see eye to eye or ask a judge to find a middle ground. The idea that some national level media somehow, like, here's the thing. If you've ever been in a fight with your spouse, good question. If you've ever been in an argument with your spouse, when has your family's involvement or opinions in that dispute ever made that dispute less contentious? I'll wait. And I'll be waiting forever. Because the answer is never. Outside sources, outside influence on interpersonal dynamics and personal situations and circumstances will never make that less contentious. So to say that national media and their absence from our day-to-day discussions makes it more polarizing, go fuck yourself. Have you listened to MSN and Fox News report on the same debate?
It's not just MSN and Fox News. It's the entire media establishment. It's all of them.
It's everybody.
It's everybody. Find me someone who doesn't do it, and I'll give them credit. Everyone who doesn't do it is an independent journalist or a media outlet that has been created via independent journalism in the past, I want to say 10 years, as a response, a direct response to the bullshit that we've all been putting up with for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Businesses and corporate leaders in regions with journalists are more likely to be held accountable for misconduct. When journalists leave a region, labor violations increase across the board. Factories and power plants that are covered by journalists produce 29% less emissions than factories and power plants that don't have any news coverage.
Wait, what? What?
A lot of this is going to be related to things like being in a freaking city. Like, sorry, you got some major confound issues here.
I would like your facts. Like you criticize the TikTok, but you're on TikTok. I would very much like to see where you're getting this.
Every dollar spent on
you don't, because that would have to be.
Oh, we get another tidbit. Here we go.
Every dollar spent on journalism produces hundreds of dollars in public benefit by exposing corruption and keeping an eye on government spending. Can
you hear my tip tapping? I just realized you can probably hear that. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
No, you don't have to. My gasket is flabbered.
Are you broken now too? Yay!
Yeah, I am.
We're in the pile of broken lawyers. Woohoo!
If y'all are following the logical disconnects, like we are at like a million. Like there is no way to reconcile what she is saying with any provable fact or reality.
It's called making it up.
But she is so angry. She's so angry and she's so emotional. Like this is like a rage tweet, but a TikTok. This is a rage TikTok, but there's a lot of jump cuts, which means that she sat there for a long fucking time and raged, because in order to get this clip out of that many jump cuts, you have to be raging for a long time. I have known few
or
people
just really bad at talking.
Well, I mean, Ian, if I took one of your monologues. No, that's fair.
I'm just thinking she needed a lot of takes because she couldn't get a consistent take.
Yeah, your monologues was a bad example. You don't give me enough pauses. Like I couldn't find a pause between words to actually insert a jump cut.
Rob,
He's like, yes.
Rob, could you imagine having her as opposing party in a trial, like in a divorce case? What a nightmare she would be.
No, she'd be great. She'd be great.
Oh, no, she'd be great for us, not great for our clients. Could you imagine? Just get her on our family wizarding app and let her just go to town.
No, if I had her on the stand during cross, it would be the most fun cross-examination of all time. I've got her videos pulled up and I'm just playing around. The videos I pulled up, I was pulling those up, or the articles, I pulled those up while we were talking about it. Like that was it. That was what, 5 minutes distracted to find those articles. Imagine what I could do with a solid 3 weeks of research and finding.
Listen, against her pro se would be the funnest thing that you and I have ever done. But you and I both know the type of lawyer that would end up representing her in a divorce case.
I'm not going to name them.
That's even more fun. That's even more fun.
What? You're sick. You're sick. You're a masochist. Ugh.
No, I love it. Give me that. Yeah.
I'm glad that I brought some joy to this evening.
Yeah.
The concept
this is great. Yeah, this is fun. Let's listen to some more the veins. Taylor, the veins in your neck. Can we calming and healing thoughts?
I think we can do that.
Did leaders who have engaged in wrongdoing resign at higher rates in areas with more journalism coverage? The fewer journalists in a region, the more likely congressional representatives for that region are to vote against the interests of their own constituents. Cities where newspapers have shut down see massive increases in government spending due to lack of oversight. People in regions with...
Wait, what? What?
I want to see numbers on all of this.
This is a lot of numbers. Hang on.
Against the interests of their own constituents. Cities where newspapers have shut down see massive increases in government spending due to lack of oversight.
That's a really fucking big accusation.
Due to lack of oversight. Due to lack of oversight.
That's a whole lot.
It's a lot. It's a big mouth for big mouth. It's lots of words.
Yeah. Okay. She's also saying a lot of this, by the way, factually. Like, this is not, like, she has not couched any of this with opinion. None.
In regions without news media are more likely to report loneliness, disconnection from community, and diminished local pride. Areas without journalists are less likely to receive federal or state funding in times of crisis. Historians and academics rely on journalists to catalog and contextualize crucial historical events. Political campaign spending and voter outreach is lower in areas with fewer journalists.
False.
Again,
absolutely false. Oh my God.
This is all just the priests prostitutes problem.
Yeah.
So
no, Ian explained it. It makes more sense when you explain it.
As the number of priests in an area goes up, the number of prostitutes in an area goes up.
Yes. Okay. It's an old joke.
It has nothing to do with priests. You know, it's just bigger cities have more people and thus have more of both.
Correct.
And so this is like all of her, you know, this is all of her point, basically.
Ian's
bigger cities have more journalists.
The punchline to Ian's joke is that the more prostitutes, the more priests. The more priests, the more prostitutes. What's the causing factor? None. It's the city. It's growing. That's what it is.
Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry, that took me a second. I was looking at Taylor Lorenz when he said the word prostitute, and I started laughing internally, and then I got it. Okay.
Ian was like 3 paragraphs ahead in the joke, and he just said the punchline. And I was like, no, you can't do that. Like, that's way too fast.
Priests and prostitutes. I like that better than what's the other one? Shark attacks and ice cream. So as ice cream sales increase, shark attacks increase. What's the causal
more
factor?
people at the beach?
It's summer.
Yeah. Priests and prostitutes, much better.
I like that better.
Yeah, good one.
Local and federal lawmakers rely on journalists to expose corruption and educate them about the issues they're writing laws about.
Oh my God.
I'm not even mad.
I live in a state, Virginia, where Loudoun County featured very publicly in national media in the past 2 years.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Is it the school district?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Something about bathrooms.
Just a bit. And
yeah, our
it's
state
not,
just
and
passed
the funny thing
legislation
is
about that.
it's not so much the bathrooms, because the funny thing about it is
It was the cover up.
It's the cover up.
It's the cover up, and then arresting the dad who came to speak about it, the father of the victim,
It's
shutting
all
down
the
speech.
other shit. Because you can have an honest debate about the bathrooms.
Yep.
And the propriety of the bathrooms. You can have an honest debate about that.
I agree.
But it's the other shit. It's the cover up, denying something happened, pretending it didn't happen, trying to whitewash it. And by the way, that was not national media that uncovered that. That was local. That was local grassroots people who showed up at those school board meetings, who made it a nightmare for the school boards. And it was only then that the national interest was like, hey, we might want to take a look. And the problem is the national media coverage fucked up the discussion towards progress, because there was a dialogue to be had in that county. And there still is. If the national media gets the fuck out of it, there's a dialogue to be had about how we're going to handle it as a community, as a county. How are we going to handle it? With honesty, openness, and dialogue over how are we going to handle bathroom signage? How are we going to handle who goes in, who does what, how we're going to report what happens, what transpires. That is a discussion for the county, not for the state, not for the nation, not for the world.
Yeah. And how they're going to deal with these cases moving forward. This isn't going to be the first case of impropriety between students. This isn't the first or only case like this. And if they don't fix the way that they treat parents in that jurisdiction, it's only going to get worse.
No, but and to be fair on both sides of the aisle on this one, it's not fair to take that story and broadcast that nationally and pretend like that exact story is happening in every school across the country.
That's fair too.
That's not fair. You can't put that on these other counties.
Yep.
It is all so unique. So stop trying to nationalize these issues that exist in a community. Let the community fix it. Why is this a hard concept to understand? Oh, because they want clicks and views. Like Taylor here.
Without any journalists experience a significant drop in civic engagement. I could go on and on. Journalism undeniably
you
has
already have been.
Go on, Ian. I've waited for you to rant for a little bit.
I mean, this is really a difference.
Hang on. Here you go. I'll give you some more ammo.
Events. Political campaign spending and voter outreach is lower in areas with fewer journalists. State, local, and federal lawmakers rely on journalists to expose corruption and educate them about the issues they're writing laws about. Regions without any journalists.
No, they don't. They don't give a about what you have to say. This is really just, she's got an overinflated sense of her own importance, but a lot of it is she's demonstrating that she doesn't understand basic logical fallacies and that no one should listen to her. Like, hey, I don't know how the world works, so, totally go with my BS.
There's nothing more frightening to me right now than the concept of our journalists, quote unquote journalists, educating lawmakers. Nothing more frightening to me. And if you don't believe me, go ahead and look at the Supreme Court decision and the Supreme Court arguments in the OSHA case when they were deciding whether or no, it wasn't the OSHA case. It was a different case deciding whether or not to, no, it was the OSHA case. And out of nowhere, Justice Sotomayor starts quoting these facts that were completely wrong. And she says, oh yeah, I just read this in the news the other day. And it's like, wait a second.
To be fair,
why are you even reading the news?
Robert said that. Robert said that before. I don't like when I hate when all of them do it. I want all of them off.
Yourself. It's very simple. Look at the case in front of you with the facts that are presented in front of you, not the external BS. And it's the same with our lawmakers. Don't be looking at the news media to be your guiding light on lawmaking.
Yes.
Period.
Yep. Roberts, Sotomayor, I don't care if you are citing something outside the record as an appellate judge, get off the bench. You don't deserve to be there. That's not your job. If you go outside the record, sorry. Go ahead, Dani.
I'm going to play a little bit of inside baseball here for you for a moment. I have news for y'all, folks. All of your politicians have the direct contact information and an entire list for all of the journalists who will write articles favoring them. All of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
that's not inside baseball. That's known.
A lot of people don't realize this, okay? And these journalists are very reticent to write critical articles of these politicians because what happens?
Then they lose their access.
Never talk to them again, and they'll never get a story from them. And then on top of that, so it's a very incestuous and negative feedback loop between politics and the news media, the established news media. Because what then happens is if you have one reporter asking questions, one reporter doing their job, one reporter standing up for the First Amendment that our founders had contemplated in the first place, that one reporter will lose their job, be blackballed from the industry, and never get hired back again if all they do is ask questions. That's it. All they have to do is ask a singular question. You don't believe me? Go look up Wendy Halloran and Sim Gill. She did the exact same thing to our DA. And he refuses to give her an interview since.
Well, Dani, on this topic, you and I will largely agree. There's one thing that I say on this channel when it comes to politics, and I have said it emphatically. I have lived in DC too long. Every single one of them. There's a tall cliff, and they should all take a very short walk in a direction that may or may not be towards that tall cliff. Because every single
we're not actually advocating violence, YouTube. We're just
for legal reasons.
We're just being snarky.
It was a hypothetical that was going in two directions. They could have chosen another direction. But
we're just being snarky, YouTube.
Thank you, Ian. But they're all corrupt. Every single one. The dollar taints all. The dollar corrupts all. It doesn't matter. I don't care. You can try to sell me your sing-song of everything. I have seen these politicians up close and in person since I was in high school. No one is different. They are all the same. All of them. And I don't care what you say. I don't care what you try to sell me. They all look out for one person and one person only, and that is them. It is the world of I will survive and I will do what I have to survive, which means I will take money from person A, person B. I will compromise my values for person A, person B. I will do anything. I will not make a comment on topic A, topic B. And that's what these people are paid to do. Me, I'm a lawyer. I'm a person. I have my own channel. I can comment on what I want to comment on. I am not your paid representative. It is different for politicians, but they don't care.
By the way, people have been asking why Carrie Lake sat on that story because it was recorded 5 or 6 months ago. It's because it wouldn't have been relevant and it would have destroyed her career, not his.
Yeah.
That was just political strategy on her part. Smart political strategy. Because guess what? She used to be a journalist before she ran for office. Fancy that. Okay, I'm done talking. I'm muting again.
No,
I should probably vanish.
No,
you don't have to. Why are you going away?
Ian, it's your birthday and I love you. And if you leave, it's going to be awkward. I don't want to just be here with Rob.
That was rude.
I love you, Rob, but I don't want to lose Ian.
Wait, Ian, before you leave, hang on. Let me pull this off. Before you leave, there's some comments and quotes.
I owe my wife some time, so that's why I'm going to have to go.
Things that are Ian specific? Okay.
Dani, I'm going to be live streaming tomorrow and going over my Supreme Court appearance. Yay. So you are welcome to come. That's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock Edmonton time tomorrow.
Boppet says the chat so kind, generous, puppy nose, boobs all around, boobs for all the pups. Let me see. Hang on. Scrolling for the Ian stuff. That's an Ian comment. How's it get chaotic just like life? That's just Ian. Elizabeth Ramos, super sticker. Red Rogue, thank you for being a member. Scrolling. Oh, this one's good because I'm not going to get to this tonight. It's not possible. Elizabeth Ramos says, Albuquerque, New Mexico, home of the Rust wreck. Ian, can you please, before you leave, give us a preview of the Rust, where we are now, and what we're covering next? Because we're going to cover it on Monday, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, we've got Baldwin, who's now been charged. That I covered in a video, and Baldwin is he's now indicating that he's pushing for a speedy trial, which doesn't surprise me because basically for Baldwin, he wants to get this over with as soon as he can. He also wants to prevent the prosecution from having time to find expert after expert after expert. So basically he's going, if you're not ready to go, I don't want you to get ready to go. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is currently having some fun with motions. So amongst other things, she wants to keep out evidence of her maybe giving the keys to her drunk boyfriend, and then he dies. So we'll talk about that. I think it's probably reasonable, and there's a few other things that they want to exclude. So that's going to be the next step, is all the motions in limine to exclude evidence. So that's going to be a whole thing. It'll be interesting to see what eventually happens, but yeah, we'll keep covering it as it happens. I may have to try to take a block of time off to go and watch these trials when they happen, because I kind of want to see them. So yeah. So
Canonical Heat says, happy birth, whatever the heck day it is, Ian.
Thank you.
Always. Happiest of birthdays, Ian. From Narcissistic.
Thank you.
Narcissistic. I got it.
I like that.
Rihanna Clark says, happy birthday, Ian. All the cool kids are born in January.
Thank you.
Okay. That is an opinion. I was born not in January. Misty Harris, happy birthday, Ian. And congrats, Rob and Mischief. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Traveler's Time says, insert message here. Okay. Maya says, since Rob mentioned TOTC, where are the old TOTC episodes? I've had to mention this a few times. We had some content creation issues where someone might have been
engaging in extensive plagiarism.
Yes. So we have pulled those down and we are remaking them the way we want to, and we are engaging with the community in the process. It's going to take longer, but I honestly think I love the series now the way it is. Like, I like interacting with you guys and seeing your questions and then be able to tailor the show off of that.
So, and you get actual research instead of just somebody else's webpage.
Yeah. just a bit.
Yeah, there's a whole thing, but that's the reason why we couldn't leave the old ones up, is we didn't realize that was going on, and we can't leave it up. Copyright issues.
David, we're going to have words. Team Runkle? No. False.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you get a D&D adventure and you get a map and it leads you to a pit and you jump in the pit, that's your fault.
Yeah. Rosebud 26, Rob and Ian's friendship is a life goal.
Aww.
It's one of my favorite things in the world. Like, there was a question about, look, my docket is slammed in January. My week has sucked. But when the question came up of Gundies, the answer was yes. It was a hard yes. It was difficult to make, but it was like it was a yes. Because I thought to myself, there are a few friends in my life where if I said, I need you here tomorrow. They would just be on a plane. Ian is in that category.
I'd be there.
Yeah. And that was what went through my mind. Like, it's a tough month.
I'm sorry,
and
Rob.
Unhinged Ian is my favorite Ian. That's the point. That's the point. Ian is Ian. He's the best friend you could ever ask for. He's the friend you all want. I really do mean that. Like, I pray to God that everyone finds a friend in their life that is as kind to them as Ian is to me.
Oh, well, thank you.
I know. I wish that upon
And
everybody. Yeah. Happy birthday, Ian. My son's birthday this weekend, too. January babies for the win. Ian, before you depart, Dani wants to show you something.
I do. I want to show you something. Hold on. It's my first ever short, but that's not why I want to show it. I promise. It's not a grift. This is just the cutest, and I feel like you would really appreciate it. And it's my birthday present to you. And I don't know when I'll see you tomorrow, but tomorrow's your stream. It's in the private chat, the link.
Private chat link.
And also, Rob, you know that I love you too. And I'm not going anywhere. I just really love Ian, and I don't want to leave him. That's all. Lose him.
How old is this puppy?
He is now 9 months old.
Aw.
So he's still a puppy.
He's a little bitty. Well, he's not little bitty. He's big.
What? What's up? Yeah? That's still me.
He's getting frustrated.
Your friend, your toy. He's not playing with you. That's very frustrating. I'm sorry. Yeah?
No, wait till the end, because this is adorable.
No, can I pause? I can express like concern over the confusion because this dog is like, I see you.
He's losing his mind. He loves to talk to me through the mirror.
Like, I see you, but why do I see you in this thing?
In this, yes, he talks to me through the mirror. So he'll look at the mirror and growl at me and respond to me and look at me through his mirror.
I'm not gonna lie, that's some poltergeist shit. That's some poltergeist shit.
Okay, but watch this. This is why I won't take the mirror out. Look at.
Yeah, you trying to bring it to your friend?
Aw.
No.
Come on. It's not even done yet. Wait, watch.
What?
Hang on. Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
How can I make this? Can I not make these things bigger?
What?
I don't know how to make it bigger. It's so cute though.
What's up?
That's what she said. Not like that though.
That's still me.
Okay, so he starts barking at himself. He's so frustrated right now. He tries to give himself his little toy.
That's very frustrating. I'm sorry. Yeah? Yeah, you trying to bring it to your friend?
Just watch. Watch to the end.
But he doesn't want to play with you? What a mean friend.
This is so funny. He's like, fine, you'll like this toy.
Tell me he's like, no, take this one.
Toy better? Is that a better toy, Woon?
He's so mad. And then he looks at me like, Mom.
Okay, that is way too cute.
That is really cute. That is solid. That's a good one. I like that. That's awesome.
Happy birthday, Runkle. I just wanted to show you something cute.
Oh, I love that. Awesome. That is awesome. I hope that pup never figures it out and just keeps trying to give himself toys in the mirror because, so cute. All right, I'm going to step out. Thank you guys for having me. Hopefully see you tomorrow and peace. Cheers.
Good night, friend. Enjoy the evening. So, if you were curious whether I had more content to pull up on the topic of Taylor Lorenz, I'm
We can do something happy.
No, I know. But it's one of these funny things where it's like, did I have the content? Did I have the receipts?
You came prepared. You're like, I need to show the receipts, okay?
Did I have the receipts? Like
You
December
did the work.
23rd, California senators to propose bill guarding child influencers' earnings. Okay, so there's another one. How the Andy Cohen of the 9-month cruise took over TikTok. So we've got more TikTok content and all of the above. Oh no, but we're not going to keep it to that. We're going to go after Substack too. Substack's woes deepen as tech blog leaves over Nazi content. I'm not kidding. She writes.
Literal garbage.
I didn't really have a whole lot to talk about midweek until I saw her TikTok, which was honestly shared to me by Emily. But the TikTok made me so angry because of, well, one, the past experience I had with her where she was like, hey, citizen journos, get off my lawn. But then like a week later was like, contacting all citizen journalists about FTX, please give me your information. I had that experience. And I know a friend of mine, Ari, who had a similar experience where it was like, I'm reporting on this thing. I won't use your name. And then used her name and bashed her. And to see her go out on TikTok and then see on Twitter all of her friends go and repost the hell out of it. Like into the ether. Like, this is now truth. Like, no. This is just propaganda redefined.
It's citizen propaganda.
Her own fucking term.
It's her own term. Well, and she said it herself, right? Like, it's her community that she built that is creating this. Yes, no?
It is. It's how depressing is this? Like, how
Not too depressing, because I don't see her career living much longer.
No, and what you're seeing is you're actually seeing the downfall of, and I put in the title of the video, the downfall of mainstream media. You keep hiring people like her? Yep. That's the downfall. Yep. You want to do it right, then you engage in, Mandy Matney. We can have comments about her, but the thing is, Fitz News, they had her and they were like, we're not going to report on Murdoch anymore. She was like, well, okay. And they said, Mandy Matney, you have to bring in money. She goes, well, I have this podcast and I can report on this separately. And she did. And the podcast did great. EDB, Legal Bites, Nick Rekieta, Pick'em. You talk about a case, and the case is going a certain direction. And everyone in the mainstream media is like, this is totally one-sided, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be this side. They pick sides way early. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's that. They have to pick sides super early. Right? Like the first time they show the audience the case, they feel like they have to pick a side.
Well, because they have to string a narrative. Rob, it's not about reporting. It's about it's storytelling, which I have nothing wrong with. There's nothing wrong with storytelling. If you want to create a narrative and, do a whole Team Jacob, Team Edward bit, and that's part of what you're selling and that's your package, that's your entertainment, that's fine. But don't couch it as news reporting.
Well, the caveat to that is if you're pitching a narrative that's Team Edward or Team Jacob, here's the problem that Stephanie Meyer, she wrote those, right? Stephanie Meyer, she knew the outcome of that book. Like,
Right.
so when she was pitching that narrative, she knew the outcome of the book. Don't pitch the narrative when you don't know the outcome. Like,
Oh, but
stop.
they know the outcome, Rob. That's my point. They're reporting entertainment as news. They're reporting storytelling as news. How many people misreported on how many cases even after we knew the verdict? And to this day, report lies because it fits the narrative that they've created. And it gets them clicks, it gets them views. I have no problem with this. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. My issue is calling it news. My issue is calling it journalism. It's entertainment.
Well, so take the Take Care of Maya case. So Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Tribune, I believe, is still running a lot of articles on behalf of the hospital. And it's like, okay, so did you read the judge's order that denied their motion for reconsideration?
Which one?
The one that basically said enough is enough, like no means no?
In the Maya case, Taking Care of Maya case?
Yes. Yeah.
No, because I can't touch that case. It breaks my heart.
I know. All right. Judge in the order says no means no. Emphatically. Like, you read the facts wrong. The jury decided wrong. Like, every way a judge can come down on you in an order, the judge did. And the hospital's out here going, we stand by our care.
Ooh. So the media is complicit in the PR spin, is what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Well, and they did the same thing with Amber Heard.
Yeah, they did.
And BLM.
Pick your topic, any of them.
Literally any of them.
Like, honestly, take the last 20 years, pick a topic. Enron. Oh, that's a good one too. Enron.
Mm-hmm.
Enron was fine. Enron was solvent until it wasn't.
Look at
FTX.
Look how GameStop was reported. Look how the GameStop fiasco was reported. It wasn't a fiasco. It wasn't a fiasco. Everybody was playing by the rules. Everyone was playing by the rules. But when a clearinghouse lacks liquidity, suddenly, oh, there's a danger in individual investors, unsophisticated investors acting collectively. Almost like all investing firms act collectively.
Like every single bank that is on the market.
Yeah. It's only a problem when you do it. When you, the citizen, the average Joe, you unsophisticated swine, how dare you make investment decisions for yourself?
One of the best follows of all time is, I don't know if you follow him, Dani, is Unusual Whales.
Ooh, on Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
Unusual.
The best follow. Best follow ever. Unusual Whales. And for those of you who wonder, like, my politics are mine. I will never share them with you. I will keep them to myself, but you have my opinions on Congress. And a lot of it is in line with these folks. So what these guys do is they track Congress. Once again, Congress has beaten the market. Since our first 2020 report, we showed how Congress continues to outperform. You can follow their portfolios at here, here, and here. So what these guys do, which I very much appreciate, is what they report on trades. Because while trades are required to be disclosed within a certain period of time, you know, our representatives and senators are not very forthcoming and quick with the reporting of the trades. They take a minute.
And they designed the rules so that it takes a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Or they design the rules so that they have a minute to take, rather.
And it's not just that they design the rules that way, it's that they design the rules and they profit from it. Hang on, let me stop this. I'm going to find the one I'm looking for. Go ahead.
Let me clarify for all of our non-American viewers or people who aren't in on the joke, because it is a joke. Our congressmen and women are allowed to engage in what otherwise would be considered illegal insider trading.
Insider trading, yeah, they're exempt.
Where they have knowledge and understanding about political events, laws that are about to be passed, which companies are going to benefit the most, which industries are about to self-destruct, which industries are going to be booned. So, for example, right before the COVID restrictions came down nationally, you saw everybody dropping their stocks, like en masse. Everybody was dropping their stocks in
and investing in pharmaceuticals.
Yes, and they were investing in Amazon, investing in Kroger, investing in all these other companies because they had the info. So they were making bank. That is how Nancy Pelosi, although she only earns $200,000 or so a year under her congressional paycheck, actually is worth something like 200 some odd million now.
Oh, and there are Republicans who vote against. So, and on the flip side, there are Republicans who vote against the Ukraine war, who at the same time they're voting against that, invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in companies that create tech that is utilized under those authorization bills.
Yeah. And to be clear with everyone, I don't have a problem with this. I just think my problem is with the concept of insider trading. To me, that's a restraint on free speech, and that's it. So I don't mind if Congress does it, so long as everyone gets to do it. My issue was where you have people who are baking cakes in their living room with a lovely camera on them going to jail for a certain period of time for engaging in the exact same activity.
Yeah, so Unusual Whales on Twitter. Give them a follow. I guarantee you, because they report stuff as trades are happening, and they release an end of year report. And I think the top was the return on investment was 234%.
Damn. See, I don't hate the players. I hate the game. Like, if that's the thing. I want the rules to be fair.
Beat the market. 234% return.
You control the market. It's easy to beat. When you control the market, it's easy to beat. You can't cheat at a game that you control. You can't cheat when you are the master of the game. You are the game master. You make up the rules. It's all made up. It's all play pretend.
Yeah. Two of the more famous was a Republican congressman who voted for the authorization bill for Ukraine funding, who invested in a bio netting that is supposed to like become skin. Right.
Cool.
So you put it, and it's really cool, but it also was contracted for that. So invested in that the day before they voted on it, and that got passed and they made millions. And then the other one was Nancy Pelosi, who voted for it was a tech company. Oh shit. Nvidia before, God, what was it, their sale? Anyway, she got like 200% gain. It's a joke. Like when people like, I don't cover politics because there's no point.
I do, because it's fun. Just like you have a sick obsession with destroying Taylor Lorenz as opposing counsel and you or opposing party, and you smile at the very concept of it. I smile at the concept of exposing these SOBs and, making everybody hate me equally.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I don't mind it as long as you're fair. Like that's my point, is be fair to both sides. Like
I try to be.
Like I will call out Republicans for doing it just like I do Democrats. Like I've seen both sides. I hate all of them. I really do. I really hate all of them.
Me too. So did our founders.
They would They are all turning over in their grave right now.
I don't know if they're even in the grave. I feel like they just went full zombie mode, interdimensional being took off a long time ago, said, F this shit, I'm out. Because that's exactly what the American people have done to our Constitution and our politicians have done to our Constitution. And I'm sorry, I don't want to blame the American people. I shouldn't say the American people, the voter at large. Like I said, there's a reason we have a representative democracy so that we don't have to deal with this. USPS fraud?
Oh, no.
What? More? Oh, come on,
It's
Rob. I'll be quiet.
Super quick story. Quick story.
Tell me.
And I'm going to need you to read it because I'm going to pull up super chats while you're reading it.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes. Although I am dyslexic and ADHD for those who don't know. So if I stutter, that's why. I memorize all my oral argument.
That's really impressive.
I have to, because if I don't, I'll just be like, and then the but I'll do my best.
So Dani with the assist, and I'm going to pull up super chats while she's doing it. So
USPS employee helps steal $5 million in checks from the mail-in fraud scheme, Feds say. A U.S. Postal Service employee helped steal more than $5 million worth of checks while working at a mail distribution center in Maryland, federal prosecutors say. And this is just in Maryland. Keep this in mind, people. If you don't think this is happening elsewhere, think again, okay? My mom's social security checks have been stolen twice from my address. We had to switch addresses. Anyway, Marsh Cisco, 26 of Suitland, used her job as mail handler assistant to steal checks from Washington Network Distribution Center in Capitol Heights, according to prosecutors. The checks were mailed through USPS. She's one of 5 Maryland residents charged in a fraud scheme involving Inmore. It says Inmore. That's not me. It actually says that. Someone hire a freaking editor. She's one of 5. Oh, in more than. God damn it. See, this is why. Okay. She's one of 5 Maryland residents charged in a fraud scheme involving in more than 600 personal and business checks stolen from the mail. The U.S. Attorney Office for the District of Maryland announced in a January 22 news release. That's still a weird wording, but whatever. Cisco had not been located by authorities as of January 22nd, the attorney's office said. Information regarding whether she's retained an attorney wasn't available January 23rd, as of 3 days ago. She no longer works for the Postal Service. Special Agent in Charge Jeffrey Craffles of the USPS Office of the Inspector General's Mid-Atlantic Area Field Office told McClatchy News on January 23rd. Another woman, Tiana Cosby, 23 of Upper Marlboro. Sorry, I struggle with that word.
Yep.
Upper Marlboro stole checks from USPS collection boxes and discussed selling and distributing them with Cisco, according to the 18-count indictment. I hope one of those counts is co-conspirator.
It is. It is.
Oh, good.
Like good old-fashioned check fraud, right? Like you don't see it a lot, but when you do, it's kind of fun.
Oh, nice. Good. Cosby is also accused of collecting the checks Cisco stole, the indictment says. Cosby and 3 others, Tommy Cosby, 21 of District Heights, Benaiah Carter, 24 of Upper Marlboro, and Zion Oluwademilade Aduan, 22 of Bowie. Sorry, I was hooked on phonics as a kid.
Adedawan.
Altered the stolen checks and deposited them into bank accounts of people they recruited, according to prosecutors. So they had like a whole team going out there, stealing checks together, altering them, and then depositing them. So it's like a pyramid scheme inside of a fraud.
It's a full ass check fraud. Like you don't see this. You haven't seen this since like the 50s. Like the 50s is when like the check frauds were happening. This is a whole.
This is like a scheme within a scheme, though, right? Because
Oh yeah, it's
the
good.
checks are being deposited into the ones that they're recruiting to join their fraud. Wow.
Yep.
Authorities arrested Tiana Cosby and Carter on January 19th, according to attorney's office. Tommy Cosby and Adeduan hadn't been located as of January 22nd, prosecutors said. I wonder where they went. I wonder if they mailed themselves to Timbuktu. All right. McClatchy News contacted Justin Isle. Is that how you pronounce that? Iley? ISIL. Okay. McClatchy News contacted Justin Isel, Tiana Cosby's defense attorney, for comment January 23rd and didn't receive an immediate response. Information regarding the other defendants' legal representation wasn't immediately available. The indictment charges Cisco, Tiana Cosby, Tommy Cosby, Carter, and Adeduan with bank fraud, a conspiracy to commit mail fraud and bank fraud, and aggravated identity theft. They're accused of stealing the identities of at least 5 people while carrying out the scheme, prosecutors said. They received the money from the stolen checks, the ones deposited into the bank accounts of account mules, from ATM withdrawals and account transfers, according to the attorney's office. I wonder why they were cashing out. Probably because it's much harder to trace. I don't know where Rob went, so I guess this is my channel now. Let me just tell you all how incredible you are and how much we value you and your contribution to this channel. Stage.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know. I get it. Hang on. That's the microphone. You can't lick the microphone.
Oh, you got it. It's the cutest puppy.
Yes, it's bedtime. I know.
That's a high demand, high reward dog.
He is. He's very needy.
What good boy.
He's
upset.
Look
at the love.
Look, I know.
Look
He's
at him
upset.
cuddles.
I know. It's bedtime. He's mad. He's mad because it's bedtime. He knows it's bedtime. You want to go to bed?
Does the puppy have a name?
Look, Leo.
Oh, Leo. Is it short for
Leo,
Leonidas
say
or
hi.
just Leo?
Just Leo. Say hi.
Oh, hi, Leo. Hi, sweet baby. Hi, sweet baby. Hey, sweet baby boy. Oh, look at the cute eyes. Oh, look at those. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you get your daddy. You bite his nose. Bite his nose.
Want to go to bed?
Aww. Dobermans are just such beautiful dogs.
Oh, yeah. He's tired. He is tired. Oh, look. I can't. Look, everyone see him.
Boy. Oh, yes, Papa. Oh.
Look at the size of these things.
That's going to be a big boy. He's got to grow into those paws. Oh, he's going to be a big, scary Doberman boy. Oh.
Here's bed. Your bed is right behind me.
Were his ears cut when you got him?
Yeah.
They did a great job.
They did. And people have made comments, but he's a home defense dog. He is a house defense dog. And Dobermans were bred for yeah, I know that.
He is in the nippy stage. He's a cute boy.
Yes.
My dog's finally coming out of the nippy stage. He's just now like using my hand as a passy. So he'll like bite my hand, but not really bite it. He'll just kind of hold on to it in his mouth. Oh, look at the kisses. Oh, I bet he has puppy breath. Oh, I bet he's the cutest boy. Oh, he's the cutest boy. Oh, no, it's okay, honey. Sorry, my dog thinks I'm talking to him. No, honey. Oh.
He's a good boy.
Oh.
He's a very good boy. So
look at the big yawn with the scary teeth, the scary puppy sharp teeth. It's so cute.
So the ears are that way so that people, one, so he can hear without any muffling, and two, so people can't grab his ears when He is defending. Same with the tail.
You know what? If I have no comment on people who find basic animal husbandry offensive. If you find it offensive, that's fine. Don't do it to your animal.
It's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It's fine. I have no
I
issue with
understand.
it.
I understand that. But do you circumcise your baby?
I won't.
That's the question. That's the thing. Do you circumcise your
But-
child?
Exactly.
Do
And that's
you
the
do
thing
you
is
do you spay or neuter your pets? Like that's the other question. Like,
Mhm.
do you remove their organs? Like it's a question that is a fair question. It is, and I appreciate everyone having that debate. But before you
Did he bite you with this sharp little puppy teeth?
That was so sharp.
Oh, the needle teeth.
Yeah. Before just
Oh, look at his face. He has the most perfect disposition for a Doberman.
he's so his full name is Our Shadow Leo. It's not Leo, it's Our Shadow Leo. Because he's a shadow.
Oh, does he come from a
Right.
competition line? Because I feel like that's a really nice looking dog.
Yeah, he's breed. He's a good boy.
Now
And
I want to
did-
hold my boy. Hold on,
Oh.
I'll be right back. You just keep playing with the doggy. I won't go on stream. I can't compete. I just want to hold my baby
No.
now.
He's
Oh,
not
look at him.
He's
Oh, look at his
just
skinny
handsome.
little neck. He's so little right now. You guys, you have to treasure this because and Rob has to treasure this because in literally how many months is he?
Dani, he was at my office today and you interrupted every meeting. Oh,
Was he a monster?
skydive.
Was he a little
Yep.
scary furry terrorist all day? Oh, oh look at his little ears. Oh my God.
I know. His ears are perked up. He's like, I can't. He's like, yeah, I just want to see. Hang on. Look that way.
Oh, handsome
you're a
boy.
Look there. Look up
Oh,
here.
look at his little eyebrows. Hey, puppy. Here, maybe if I move, maybe he'll see it. Come here,
No,
puppy,
look up
puppy,
here.
puppy. Hi, puppy. Oh, he's so
Up here.
cute.
Up. That's the microphone. Oh.
I feel like my mom trying to like FaceTime with my dog. Oh.
This is the first time he's been on stream. You're doing pretty good. You're doing better than I did.
How many weeks is he?
12.
Oh, he's puppy. He's only 4 months old. Lawyer math right there. Oh,
November 7th.
what a good boy. Oh, look at his cute eyes. What a good boy. Look how curious. Look at your cute ears. Are you listening?
Look at his ears.
Look at your
Perked
little listening
the
ears.
hell up.
Do you have your listening ears on? Yes, you do.
He does.
Oh, so cute. Sorry, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna make people like hate me because of my baby.
All right.
My baby
You
voice. Now I want my puppy.
in your bed. Lay down. It's okay.
Oh, no, don't worry, I wasn't cheating on you. You're my favorite boy. You're the best boy in the whole world. There's no one cuter than you. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, are you in a... See, my dog has a monster phase. So like he from the time he wakes up till about 4 p.m., he's chill as of late. Before he used to be like your puppy, just bark and cry and bark and cry. Like he just needed to be touched all the time, needed your constant attention. Now he's just a gremlin after 4 p.m. So it does chill out after time. Oh, he's gonna be a big boy.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be big. So my office is the partner that is in my office is female. My paralegal female. Our assistant female. All petite. And when they lock the door a lot, like when they're alone.
Smart.
Leo, when he's in the office, they're like, oh, when he's big, we don't have to lock the door.
He's big.
Yep. When he's big, we don't have to lock
when
the
he's
door.
big. Yeah. That's nice. That's definitely a feature and an asset.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Like,
my little
so
guy, we run around and everybody goes, "Oh, that's so cute."
Oh, see, I am trying to train Leo that he will know family and he will defend family. He will know people. He will defend people. And that's what Dobermans are. Dobermans are very, very, very familial. They're defensive. They are lovely
guard dogs.
animals. Yeah.
They're guard dogs. I mean, they're bred to do that. That is their singular purpose.
They protect their family. Like, this is my family. Don't get close. I will kill you.
See, and my puppy is just designed to kill little mice and rats and cute things, huh? That's your job. You just go and kill the cute little things. Ah, you're a little terrorist. You are.
Mm.
You're the best boy. Oh, you're just there to be cute.
Chris Cat Queen saying, should I get your Mischief's drums or horns? Neither, please. Susan Crespi, thank you for being a member.
Don't slap me. Just wait till your puppy gets attitude, man, and he'll start slapping you.
No,
and he'll
trust
he'll
me,
look at you like, "What do you want?"
No, he's fucking got one. It's so annoying. I hate the attitude.
Is it when you're like you wake up or you're trying to like cuddle him and then he'll stare at you and take his paw and just push your face?
It is between the hours of 3:30 and 5 p.m. when I have to make all of my like end of day calls, and he's like, "No, we're going home."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "I have to make calls." And he's like, "No, we're going home." Sir, if you would not mind sitting down, I have given you treats. I have given you all the things. Just chill. No, I'm going to bark like all the time, the whole hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to drive me home? I'm going to be so residually upset that I'm going to cry the whole way home. The whole way home.
That's something I'm really grateful for my dog. He used to not cry at all. Now he cries and I can't figure out why. It's only with me, only in the car, only going somewhere new. He'll just start crying. And I think it's because he just wants my attention and he's frustrated that I'm not giving it to him. That's the only thing I can think. But I can't handle dog whines. Like whining dogs, crying dogs, it just drives me up a wall because I want so badly for it to stop and I can't make it stop and I feel so guilty and the puppy won't stop crying.
I know. I shared a video with you earlier this week.
I did, and I shared it with all my viewers.
I know, and people are saying play it again. Hang on, I'll play it again. And then I have to burn through super chats because he is sleeping right now. Like he's sleeping. Crate training is when you train them properly, like it's a really fucking awesome thing. It really is. It's really, really, really great.
Crate training is amazing. This is the first dog I've done crate training with. It's phenomenal. You take that crate anywhere and he's at home wherever he goes.
And that's the thing. Like he is in my office and like at Mischief's house. We're there and he's happy. Hang on. This one.
No, it's okay.
Tell me how you really feel.
I've got to turn off my audio. My puppy's awake.
I can't do anything about that. We have to drive home. We literally have to drive home. I can't.
You're going to be such a great dad, Rob.
I guess so.
Aww.
That was an experience. It is.
Oh, do you guys sneeze?
Look Look at everybody loves you so much. Look at that 20 gifted memberships.
I know. There's the memberships and the gifting is.
I mean, I'm not surprised. You have fantastic content, a wonderful channel, great guests. You know?
I do have great guests. I do have great guests. So Dani Ahn Direct, by the way, if you ever want to see, just tell you this. Scott, recovery addict, does a remarkable job with raw trial coverage in the moment. But Scott's not a lawyer. And when you have sensitive topics, there is quite honestly probably no better person that you could watch than, I'll tell two people, Scott, Dani. Dani's coverage of the LDS stuff was remarkable.
Oh,
It was sensitive to both sides. It was remarkably caring. And you know what? You took moments when you needed to, and that was awesome.
I
So
also
when
cry
it
like a
comes
baby
to,
sometimes. So,
oh, I know, because some of those cases are fucking
they're
horrible.
tough. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's a reason I'll never go back into family law now. Ever. It takes parts of your soul, and that's that if you allow it to. Some people have the right disposition for it. They're fine. They enjoy it. That's their shtick. It is not mine. For me, politics takes nothing of my soul. I freaking live, breathe, eat, die, sleep politics. It's garbage. I know it's garbage. Can't get enough of it. But when it comes to like innocent victims, children especially,
Yes.
I can't.
But you also, those are your pet projects. You also, I have seen that you also take the missing mom trial, the Daybell cases. You don't want other people to cover that and cloud it with their own predisposition. That's what I'm saying. And Nikki here says, what's the LVS stuff? It's not LVS, it's LDS, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Dani used to be a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon church.
I was a missionary.
And she was. And a lot of her content some of her significant content more recently was focused on Daybell. It was personal. It was hard to watch. Like, it was hard to watch Dani reconcile herself with what was happening in court.
Yeah.
But you had a member who was a lawyer, but also a former church member giving fair commentary on the trial.
I appreciate you noticing that. Seriously, I can't thank you enough for noticing, because I really do try my best. There's so many people when they leave the LDS faith who want to see its destruction, and which I can commiserate with. I can understand that position, because when you feel hurt, when you feel lied to, when you feel unheard, when you feel gaslit, it is natural to be upset and to want to see the destruction of something that took from you something so valuable to who you are, intrinsically who you are. I get it. On the other hand, I am not going to close my eyes to the benefits that I received and to the camaraderie in the community that I'm a part of.
And the benefits that the church gives to the public.
Right.
Like, the church does a lot of missionary outreach.
Right.
That's why those cases are so hard to cover. They are so hard to cover from someone who doesn't understand it from the inside, which is why when it comes to anything LDS, and I mean this sincerely, like when it comes to Daybell Val, when it comes to Frankie and Hildebrandt. Yes.
Jody Hildebrandt. Yep.
Yes. I can't cover that. I can't do it. I don't know enough about the subject matter to get into it. So that's where I defer to Dani.
Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me because it's easy to sensationalize and to be afraid of things we don't understand. It's easy to get these topics wrong. It's for the same reason I don't talk that much about Scientology. My coverage of Scientology is very limited. It's limited to the legal aspects of it, but I don't get into the culture. I don't get into the lots of code speaking, right? So like and you'll see that with any in-group, out-group community, especially in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now they have altered that a lot. The church has made significant efforts to become more inclusive of members and non-members. But I do try my best to present things fairly and to let you guys know what my perspective is, what my personal opinion is versus what is out there, what is objectively true. So I try to be very, very careful to make those distinctions because I do have a bias one way or another, whether, I try my best not to, but I can't help but have that. So I do talk about what my bias is, why I have it, and then I talk about the opposing side and various opinions and the ways that I think that other members of the church who are faithful and active members may view a certain topic or situation. So, I really appreciate you saying that.
Well, it's important because the comment was made earlier about there's a lot of us on YouTube that are lawyers and former lawyers and retired lawyers and practicing lawyers. We all have different opinions, every one of us. Listen to all of them, please. Please do.
Yep. And be respectful of other people's beliefs. I mean, that's a huge part for me. If you have a belief system that is inherently good, meaning that you're doing something to give back to society or give back to your community, your family, yourself without taking from others, then don't put people down.
Yeah. Okay, Dani, you ready for a speed round? Because I have
speed round it, and then let's wrap it up, Rob, because you look tired. Sounds like you had a very, very busy month, which typically, for those who are unaware, for domestic attorneys, this is our money-making time. We get about 20% of our annual income, I want to say, from the month of January, because everybody is reminded come Christmas time why they hate the SOB they're with and want to get out.
Or it's just it's we made it through the holidays. We have to get it's all the above. It is
all the above.
January is Dani, I need 30 seconds. Pitch your channel. I'll be right back to read super chats.
Yay! You guys, I'm in control of the channel again. So come check out my channel. It's called Dani Ahn Direct. We do live trial coverage. Right now, we are doing the Michelle Troconis coverage. Michelle Troconis is the paramour of a certain Fotis Doulos, who was married to Jennifer. Jennifer goes missing May 24th, 2019. And as soon as Fotis becomes the subject matter of the investigation, the suspect in the investigation, things get a little funny. Fast forward to where he's charged, and then he decides to self-delete January 2020. So, was the paramour involved in the disappearance #/murder of Jennifer Doulos? Was this a plan by the two to run away with the children to Greece and say, hasta luego, I'll never see you again, to the United States and Jennifer and to our laws? Only time will tell as the evidence is presented in the state of Connecticut.
That's so dark. That's a lot of dark.
What? The story?
Yes.
It's so sad because now we have 5 kids, 5 beautiful children without parents. Although their nanny, their au pair, who seems to be the most involved in the children's lives, are a really nice constant, and she is still actively involved in their lives. She still lives with them. And now Una's demanding I let him out. So you read super chats. I'll be right back to let him out.
All right, go ahead. Swoop to super chats. When Dani comes back, we'll bring her on. Oh, swoop. Oh, swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop. I want a jury call. Jury call.
The court has said our favorite thing. Bring the jury. Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Oh, this was supposed to be a short stream. Swoop for focus. Okay. The world wonders. Discovered today, my 2-year-old puppy is a part rooster and howls at the sunrise in my hallways, so it's coffee at 8 p.m. in Massachusetts. For me, I'm sorry. Grant Horn, how do you pick one at the start of the year? You don't. It's not possible. Mike Laba, Mechanicsville, Virginia, and some rose with my birthday pup. Remy, she is 5 today, would love a shout out. Cheers. Remy, the 5-year-old pup. Happy birthday to you. And you got a boop from the magical boop stick.
Boop. Oh, if you guys join the Cult of Lawfordite, I give blessings and curses. I left out the best part. They're pretty good.
Yes, they are. They are. Many well wishes. And occasionally, depending on the volume of the super chat, she will curse your enemies. Just saying. K-Rap, I always got exhausted cleaning my house so the cleaners could come and clean. LOL, you need to get rid of the clutter so they can do dusting. I pre-clean. AG, bored in temp house because no access to crafting supplies due to pre-furnishing. Wind blew flashing off the chimney. Oh my gosh. Roof, ceiling, wall, damage, black mold. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
It's covered, but it's 2 weeks more of repairs. Make stuff because I can't. AG, get that house. That's a priority. Your health is a priority, man. Get that thing fixed.
I also really appreciate your thumbnail. That's really pretty.
It is neat. Bop It, Bop It is the dog in that thumbnail. Us puppies always smell all the smells. It's what we do. Fair. Pants, who is the dog in this thumbnail. Rob, if you train Leo to always walk behind you, it will make a huge difference. Who is in front is in charge. I'm trying. I am working on the lead with a puppy this young. The lead thing is difficult, but with a puppy this willful, having trained Rottweilers before, like, I know it's important. Caitlin, received job offer being a Special Olympics coach. Wow. That's fucking cool. That is awesome. New career path, and I can't wait. Now celebrating with my favorite law tubers on FNF. Happy birthday, Ian. Caitlin, I hope you're still around because cheers to you on the new career path. Congratulations and God bless. Mold those people, every person you touch, the best way you can. Like, what a world. Cheers.
Boop. Also, have you seen Love on the Spectrum? Amazing show.
I haven't. I want to, though. I have seen previews for it. Is it really that good?
It is so good. I am so addicted. I watched it all night last night. It is so endearing and sweet and, like, at times just hilarious for all the right reasons. Dude, you should watch it.
I have represented and known, I cannot tell you how many clients with kids on the spectrum. Some of the most amazing souls I have ever encountered. People who will remember something about you for decades. Like, literally, they'll come back to you 10 years later and be like, you like the flower. Here's the flower I saved for you 10 years ago. Yeah, just amazing people. Yeah, I'm going to watch that. Ian Paler had an Am-Air snafu earlier this last year. Weight/balance equals cabin temp, fuel level, deplane and reboard, runway preference. 9 p.m. arrival turned 2 a.m.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, I've had something similar. It sucks. Really sucks. Lindsay, Rom's bashful about Mama hearing the poop stories, but she sent that super chat a couple minutes. You saw this when it came in. I hate you for that too. I saw you laughing at this the second this came in.
hilarious is that you every time I meet your mom, which is twice now, the two
Always.
times your mom has been watching when I have been on stream, I am in the middle of making butt jokes, or butt jokes are the topic of conversation.
Yeah, fair. Rob's bashful about Mama hearing the poop stories, but she sent that super chat a couple of minutes before, quote, "What 2 inches between friends, LMAO," because I was talking about a 2-inch jointer difference between a 6-inch jointer and an 8-inch jointer, and I said, "What's 2 inches between friends?"
Rob's mom, I just want to let you know I love you. I don't know you. I haven't met you, but I love you already.
She's awesome. She really is. Sensationally Social with Beth. Have you seen the trial Kurt and RA covering in Florida? Yes, I have. The pro se defendant. I know it went to mistrial. They're recharging it, and I know that Kurt had the defendant on his stream talking. I hope the DA
wasn't watching. Doesn't see?
No, I hope the DA contemplates whether they should charge. That shouldn't have been charged.
Oh, you know that they're going to charge again. You know that they are, because now they're embarrassed. They got their asses whooped by a pro se litigant.
And that's the problem. Is when the state loses, they throw the money after it. They can't lose. Like,
they don't have good money to throw after bad. They only have our good money to continue to throw.
It's our money.
Yeah.
It's our money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kristen, if you have to have the green one. Oh, wait. If you have that green one. Oh, wait. Hang on. I do.
Take the screws out of the arm first.
If you have the green one, I told you that you could yeet. Leo can chew on that one. Take the screws out of the arms first.
That's so cute.
The green one, and I don't really share a lot of things that are personal in nature, but TOTC was a very personal thing to me. Did you ever watch any of those? The Trial Century? It's very personal to me. I loved it. I love history. I do. We've talked about this before. And I love old trials. I think that the litigators of old are going to teach us how to litigate cases in the future. So it's important to know how the cases are resolved. So I wanted that series to be amazing. Well, Ian, whom I love and trust, was on board. Third party, Scott, who I trusted, was on board. But it became very much like it has to be every Wednesday. Dani, you know how hard it is to put together a show.
That's why I'm not working anymore. Because you can't do every Wednesday plus streaming plus everything else. especially if you're passionate about the subject and you actually want to like organize your thoughts and produce something that you're proud
Coherent.
of, that you want to look back at. Yeah.
Like Friday, I can put together enough throughout the week, thought wise, process wise, to put a show together on Friday. But so this creator started taking shortcuts, and it involved reading verbatim from a website. It was created by a lawyer who had reviewed these trials. Reading verbatim. Not using it as analysis, but reading verbatim. And the professor, the law professor who put that website together, found out because someone appropriately reported that to him. Now, I had seen that professor's website and used that as a primary source to jump off and do my research. But no, I'm not going to take someone else's words and put in my own. No, I like trial. Trial is trial.
Oh, it's cuter. I like it without arms. Is that weird? I kind of like it without the arms.
It's like now Leo's toy. That is. That's why TOTC had to be redone.
I see.
Like 30 episodes of TOTC.
At least now you own them entirely, and they're your babies, and it's something that you can show your kids, and that's exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that story with me, because I didn't know the background. So
no, I that was my pet project. Like, I loved it because I love I love the litigators of old, the historians, the storytellers. Every trial lawyer is in their heart a storyteller. They can all tell stories better than everyone else. Like, honestly, I love it, and I want to get back to that. But Nancy D, Rob, did you see? Oh my God! First of using a gas to kill an 8. Okay, so one, that took me a second to get the speech right back, but then that sentence is something else. Did you see? First of using a gas to kill in 8. No. Sorry.
objection, lack of foundation, clarification.
I don't know.
Just
I don't know. Baby Getter. Check out the Treehouse case. Pros say charged with murder. I have been watching, bits of it. Trial ended hung. Second trial most likely in March. Well, he should not be talking. Stop giving media interviews. Jason G, tuning in late. Have you seen the new lawsuit against Vince McMahon and WWE? I have not. Others on YouTube have. Dani, are you covering this topic?
No, I am not.
Runkle, I think, is. So we will see.
As is Legal Vices, I believe.
Yes, I can see Jeff doing that. Penthouse Bath Company finally home and able to share that I found out today. I am officially, ready? Screaming Goat, cancer free. No chemo, just tamoxifen for 5 to 10 years. I kicked cancer's ass. Yes, in the absolute fuck you did.
Woo!
Yes.
Sorry, there was like dance music in the background that I was contemplating in my head.
It was in my brain too. Fuck cancer, the horse you rode in on, and congratulations for kicking that bitch in the ass.
Woo!
Yes. Way to go. Way to go. All the bells, ring the bell, sound the bell. Congratulations.
Boop.
Please talk about Thursday night death with gas. Nancy, I'm trying, my dear. I really am.
Did someone die with gas?
I don't know. I'm trying. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to.
Oh, I know what she's talking about. She's talking about
What?
the gassing the what is that called? Death penalty. In Alabama, they killed an inmate using nitrous. So they put it over his mouth with a gas mask, and he slowly suffocated to death. Now, allegedly, it was traumatic for the people who were watching. There was twitching on the gurney. There was like shaking and things that was going on the gurney. However, based on the medical science and based on what was observed, it's debatable whether or not he was conscious. I think it was pretty clear he was unconscious, but you would look conscious if you were like, because your body's still going to react. People forget this. Even though you're asleep, your body is still having reactions while you're asleep. That's why you have anesthesiologists who watch you while you're sleeping to ensure that you're still alive. Your body will react to the pain, but you want to be kept in a sedated state. So he died that way, but it took a while. It took like 22 minutes.
That's not fun. That's not cool. It's not cool.
I mean, we have the firing squad in my jurisdiction, so
I opt for that like every time. Like,
oh, and keep in mind this was like his 4th go around with the death penalty.
No. Oh.
So like they tried to inject him, but they couldn't find a vein. Which, I mean, to be fair, you can't find my veins because I hate needles, and so I'm pure veined. There's just no pop marks. My veins are clean.
Oh, no,
I don't let them steal from me ever.
Oh,
look at that!
I know nurses will
Those
love
veins
that.
be popping.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So anyway, 3 hours to find a vein later, they finally decide. He's like, you know what? I don't think this whole lethal injection thing is for me. The government agrees. They wait, and then they bring in the nitrous. So there you go. That's my sensitivity coming out. I'm far less sensitive to convicted criminals. Keep in mind, this inmate had stabbed a woman to death for $1,000.
Yeah.
He was paid $1,000 to go stab a woman to death. So your feelings on the death penalty, I think, are valid. I'm not trying to dissuade or persuade anyone either way. But in terms of the methodology, we do want to make sure that it's constitutional in nature.
It's not cruel and unusual. It's not like torture in the eventuality of death. Yes.
That's correct. And so if you are going
I'm also
to
like I'm anti-death penalty. Like I know you and I are probably going to disagree. I'm anti-death penalty.
I'm pro-death penalty, so
that's fine. And we can disagree on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the journos could learn to
chode.
I
don't know what that means. That's why I read it so quickly.
The only chode that I know of is a term that is juvenile that I don't know that this refers to.
Oh, by the way, it's nitrogen, not nitrous. I apologize.
Oh.
Thank you for the correction in the chat.
Oh shit, nitrogen. Whiskey 77. Why buy a paper with the agenda when I can go to YouTube, interact directly with someone with actual knowledge about the subject matter and support them directly? Whiskey.
Cheers to you.
Cheers. Thank you. That's a big cheers to us, and thank you for that. K-Rab, a few days ago, my 24-year-old asked me if I knew about Gaza and where I got my news because, quote, MSM is lying, end quote, to you. MSM doesn't recognize people, don't want lies, and have gone elsewhere. Yep. Gotcha. I think journalism in Germany is totally different story. I used to work for a public radio station. I had stopped working there because I couldn't pay my rent. I now work in IT.
Good for you.
Yeah. Gotcha. I think journalism, that's the same comment. Thank you. Gotcha. I'm sorry you posted that twice. Torin 3, I hate the I'm right, you're evil argument. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not fun. Bop it. If I type the same phrase in my work reports, am I plagiarizing myself? Yes, all the time. K-Rab, it was reported by the viewers. MSM and Taylor were pissed because viewers were appreciative of real, honest coverage and they couldn't cash in. Yes, that was jealousy. That was jealous. That was 1,000% jealousy.
Be jealous.
Every
Stay
time.
jealous.
Yes, every time that one of these trials pops off and you see lawyers on YouTube commenting on it and their views get like higher, MSM fucking hates it. They cannot fathom. They do not understand why their little sound bites of 5 minutes don't earn them the unwavering support of the person who just caught it. Like,
it's the entitlement, Rob.
Yeah. Beats Kill Bean. I'll give her credit for her eye makeup being on point, but isn't this the same person that also doxed Laura B and went after content creators relentlessly during Depth V Heard? Did I hallucinate? You did not. And I actually pulled up the articles where she did that, and her own editors called her out for it. So, no, like that's the same person. Just because, can we appreciate the irony of her talking about this wearing a shirt of Gulliver on Lilliput, which satirizes people focusing on trivial, tiny things? Yeah, fair.
Can I just thank whoever just left that comment? Speak about expertise and knowledge. I love when our chatters educate me.
They are so smart. They're so smart. They are smarter than either of us. They are fucking smart.
I feel so uncultured when chat corrects me. I love it though. Something about it.
They have all the references. Like they know everything. They know the movies, they know the text, they know the poems, they know everything. Whiskey. I figured out. I can't.
Actually, probably true.
No.
Yep. Probably true. I mean, I can't imagine another reason to go back on the Wayback Machine and clean your digital footprint.
It's her dad's company.
Oh, how convenient.
It's been cleaned forever.
You know what? I take back everything I said against you. Taylor, Lorenz, let's be friends.
Her Twitter has been cleaned forever because it's her dad's company.
Let's be friends. Best friends.
Please don't.
Look how quickly I turn on my principles.
Please don't do that. Amy Greff, Rob, Leo has two favorites. That's the dogs, Bandit and Mia Love. Yes. My dogs. Yes. Red Rogue, Danny. So I guess this is my channel now. Leo enters the chat. Danny melts.
I felt so in control for a moment there.
That was so accurate too. Kathy Trout. I have an 8-year-old rescue. When I got her, she wouldn't come out of her crate and was afraid of her shadow. She just cries all the time. Elsa has come out of her shell and is a perfect dog, except the crying. the crying is fine. So I haven't told the story before. My dad, when he was suffering through cancer, before he was like terminal, the cancer wasn't like all the way back. We thought we had it beat, and my dad got approved for a rescue, and it was a Australian blue heeler, like a shepherd dog. And the dog had been pupped too early, so she had been bred way early, so had attachment issues. Beautiful dog named Cassie. And this dog was not just a lap dog. This dog was I will be like in your person, like just all up in it dog. You could not walk in that house without that dog needing to be touching every part of your person.
Aww.
And my aunts, both of my aunts, my dad's older sisters, said, it's gonna take me a second. Hang on.
I was going to say, are you sure it wasn't an undercover TSA agent? Because they love
No.
to be all up in my person every time they see
No,
me.
they would. It's gonna take me a second to say it. My aunts said that was Ellie, my grandmother. That was my dad's mom. Like the idea of the spirit, like passing on, and said that she came to him in that moment when he needed all the affection.
Aww.
And that dog was the embodiment of her soul cast on to care after her son. Yeah.
That's pretty
Cool.
sweet.
Pretty cool thought. Right?
It's not a thought. I believe it's true.
Oh, I know.
I believe it's true. I mean, I'm a
So-
firm believer that those who pass on try to still
Influence.
fulfill their responsibilities
Yeah.
in this life.
Yeah.
And his
Yeah.
mom wanted to give him all the love that she couldn't.
Yeah. So Cassie is still like lives with my sister and my brother-in-law and their two daughters. And every time I go over there, every time any one of us goes over there, that Cassie is like, nope, I'm not okay with just being close to you. I want to be in your lap and on your face and all the above. Like I have to be. Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Rob. Bring me on your channel so I can cry like a baby.
Come on. That's my grandma. You can blame
That's
my
sweet.
grandma. That's my grandma.
It's very touching. Look at me being a sucker.
It's not that. It's that life
No,
gives you
but
too much. Like there's too much in life for you to ever focus on the negative. There really is. Like there's a whole lot of bad going on. I get it, and I get that people love to focus on it, but fuck, can't we focus on things that are wonderful and amazing?
my puppy chases butterflies.
Yes. Shit.
And the
May he
butterflies
never catch one. May he never catch one and have to decide.
The butterflies know. They wait till he's just close enough, and then they'll like flutter up to where he can't reach them, and it's so precious.
May he never catch one and have to decide.
And I genuinely feel like my puppy now is a conduit for my other dog that passed in 2020. Like 100%, 100% sent to me by heaven. I'm really grateful.
Oh yeah. I don't care. Like, look, I can reconcile this with the Catholic faith, the Jewish faith, the Hindu faith. Give me a faith. I can reconcile all these thoughts. No problem. That dog, Cassie, was sent by my grandma.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Kathy Trout, thank you. I have an 8-year-old rescue. When I got her, she wouldn't come out of her crate and was afraid of her shadow. She just cries all the time. Elsa has come out of her shell and is a perfect dog, except the crying. Still a perfect dog. Kristen, assuming no, since knowing a little of your week, but did you get Angel Bot and Snowbot? Angel Bot and Snowbot, they may be gone at this point. No, I will find them. I'm going to the post office tomorrow. There's a snoring puppy behind me.
Can I buy a bot? How do I buy bots?
You don't have to buy one, Danny. Kristen, just...
No, I want to support Kristen supporting you.
It's a time thing.
I see. They're very cute.
The bot will come to you.
Okay. I will trust the bot, Angel.
The bot will come to you. Just as
I got a cool belt.
Just as the hanging sack of nuts has come to me.
I love your nut sack, Rob. That's a beautiful nut sack. There was a lot of tender, loving care that went into that nut sack. I can tell.
Oh my God. Honey, if you're listening.
I mean, they're so cute and little, right? Like the sack is big, but the nuts are real small.
Okay. All right. We gotta get this on track. Okay. Okay.
Bless. You know what? You're welcome, chat.
So Jonathan, I have a 2-year-old Triberian Shepsky. His name is Thor. He's already like 70 pounds. Okay. His bark will scare the hell out of you if he doesn't unexpectedly. He will also defend my 5-year-old daughter with his life. Yes, dogs will do that. And that is the goal. So Mini Mischief 1 takes Leo out for walks every day. And we call him Shadow because it's her shadow. I want that like role to grow. Like when she becomes a teenager, I want him to be big boy and do what he does. Exactly. Ian Paler, the kicker, AA cited weather as the cause. Fair. Caitlin, shoot, I'm here 3 minutes behind. Thank you so much. Heart you all. Glad you're here. Kristen, flat back of screw in bot to pull out too. I'll pull it out. Jeremy Morton, thank you for the memberships. The girl with the animals, I'm super late, but here, LOL. Hello, everyone. Glad you're here. Obi and Vader, check out the quote, help my dog podcast. Go check it out. Check out the podcast. Mom Bear, thank you for becoming a member. And Rachel Mills, thank you. Will you cover the WWE suit next week? I will pass it along to Ian. If he covers it, he does. If he doesn't, then I'll take a look before FNF. This was intended to be a 3-hour stream. We are now at 5 hours. That's what I get for the lovely addition of Niklas and my lovely friend Dani. Honestly,
bitch, don't blame me. This is all your fault. I was so focused. I muted myself.
People, there's this thing where people say it's why don't you have more people on? It's not a you problem. It's a me problem. It's a me problem.
As long as you accept responsibility, this is your fault. Then we're good.
It's a me problem. It's a multiple people, and my distraction goes like.
I'm delighted to be here, and I'm really grateful you brought me on.
I'm glad you were here. Anyways, for those of you who are still here, thank you for being here. Please like the stream on your way out. Very much appreciate it. Hez, thanks for another great FNF. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. I have to wrap. It is, oh my God, it's almost 1:30. I've been up since like 4 a.m. Oh, fuck. All right, we're going to wrap. Good night, everyone. Dani, stick around. rolling the outro, and I'll see you guys next week. Enjoy your week. Love you all. Cheers.